All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, I've got a couple of administrative announcements before we get going here. Because of the snow day yesterday, this probably not be a surprise to most folks. But at this point, we are going to hold additional time for the hearings. So we are scheduled to be here today and tomorrow and Friday, obviously. Oh, no, that's not right. Okay, let me start over. We're here today until 5:30. We're here tomorrow starting at 10. We will be back on Monday and Tuesday starting at 10 both days. Wednesday, we will be back on the 8th starting at 11. We are adding Thursday, March 9th, beginning at 10 a.m. And lastly, we are going to hold time on Friday, March 10th, beginning at 9 a.m. And that is, we're holding 9 to 12 on the authority's calendar for Friday, March 10th, hoping not to have to use that. But we will update the external calendar accordingly. Second of all, understand that we have a renewed request regarding the completion of cross for the OCC's witnesses. So at this time, we are the Attorney Whale, unless I'm incorrect, I think these witnesses were slated for this panel and one additional panel.
Correct.
So we will advise parties. I think the company had only reserved the right for the second panel. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I have a few questions on employees incentive comp that I can do during now, right?
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So since only the company and authority affirmatively had cross for the third panel, we will ask that cross be done now. So at the conclusion of this panel, we would be able to excuse these gentlemen until the late file hearing if there are any associated exhibits.
Thank you very much. And I think we do have one late file from this panel, so we'll be seeing one or both of these folks again.
Okay.
But thank you very much. I know how much they appreciate hearing that. They have been here since last Wednesday, so they've been good about it though. They haven't complained very much to us.
Okay. All right, very good. Are there any other administrative announcements? I know we had a couple of read-ins hanging out from Monday, but I'll approach those the next time we recall the company. Okay.
That's perfect. Thank you, Chair. The other item I'd ask schedule related is right now, March 8th is showing as the date for late filed exhibits. And so if we don't, just to maybe factor that in, the next, when the authority's thinking about the appropriate date for those.
Understood. Thank you. That's on my notes. I was hoping that we weren't going to have to use all those days next week, but it's looking like we're going to have to use some of them. So we will obviously have to adjust that date if we use the full suite next week. So I will make myself a note and we'll have to revisit the exact due date probably early next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other administrative matters before we begin? Okay, so I believe these gentlemen have been previously sworn, so unless there's an opening statement for this panel, then we will defer to cross.
Yep, they're ready for cross, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Attorney Venora, please.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. I'm standing in your way of your return home, so this won't be too long. So just kind of picking up where we left off last time, I have a few questions relating to the some additional elements of your testimony. I'm going to start with your rebuttal testimony at page 9 and lines 3 to 7. And this relates to the corporate service charge. Okay. So now you state at those lines, you say that the company phased out the corporate capital charge in late 2018, citing OCC 122. And corporate service expense still continued to decline in 2019, 2020, and 2021, citing OCC 151. My question is it your understanding that the corporate capital charge was fully eliminated in late 2019, or did that happen over time in phases, if you know?
It's our understanding that the corporate capital charge was essentially, shifted, is my word, but by the fact that the company would charge for the plan itself in rate base going forward, had a charge going through and where the dollars were then capitalized.
Right. Okay. And in that sort of anticipated my next question on this, but did you provide any separate analysis in your SIR rebuttal to determine whether the capital allocations to UI by UIL in those years offset the reduction to the corporate capital charge?
Run that question by me.
Sure. I think it gets to you used the term shifting, but I mean, did you do any separate analysis in your SIR rebuttal to determine whether the corporate allocations to UI by UIL, so the direct charge to rate base of capital, was offset by the reduction or offset the reduction to the corporate capital charge?
I didn't do any analysis to determine that, but to the extent of what we tried to present as what happened as the facts in this case, and going forward, is that the company was authorized a certain level of recovery. They recovered that each and every year, and despite the fact that the company had decided to change its accounting for capital charges, rates didn't change, and their expense, which they were recovering, declined each year, resulting in them essentially on an expense basis over recovering $50 million. Now, to the extent that there's any offset that you're referring to, that offset in reality hasn't happened because rates didn't change in any way, shape, or form during the last 5 years. And what's worse of that fact is now that those dollars that were shifted and are capitalized are now going to be asked for recovery of and on going forward. So not only did the company over recover the O&M expense, they're essentially going to be over recovering additional dollars because they changed their accounting and are going to be recovering the capital dollars going forward as part of this rate case in rate years 1, 2, 3, and beyond.
But to my question, you confirm though that you did not provide that analysis of that offset, correct?
I didn't provide any analysis. In fact, that's one of the late filed exhibits that's to come from the company to see what dollars they did put into rate base. So we will know going forward what that essential double recovery, as I'm referring to, is going to be.
Okay. So I'm going to stay with your SIR rebuttal testimony. I'm going to go to page 19 at lines 1 through 3. Let me know when you're there.
Okay, we're there.
Okay. So now in your SIR rebuttal at these pages, you make an observation. This relates to the paid rest issue. And you make an observation that it essentially equates the costs paid by the company to compensate the company's union line workers under a collective bargaining agreement with, quote, lobbying and image building advertising. Is that right?
That's not correct.
Okay, how? So
What we were equating was the rebuttal was saying that it was a common practice. So we were just referring to other common practices. We were just refuting that particular point.
okay, so in your view, then, do you see a distinction between costs paid by a utility to union workers under a collective bargaining agreement as different from costs incurred for lobbying?
Well, I would say, I think The disagreement we have is the company's rebuttal states that these costs should be included because they were negotiated between the union and the company.
Mhm.
But that only determines what the utilities owe the workers. It doesn't determine what should go into rates.
Mhm.
And the contract they come up with does not supersede the authority.
Okay, so in your view, do you accept subject to check that that the company's not seeking recovery of lobbying costs in the rate case, correct?
No, that's incorrect. I think it was in the non-industry dues. They said there actually may be some lobbying included.
Right, but I think there's also a late file coming in on that, right? That's going to be part of the company's update.
Well, I haven't seen the late file.
Okay. So in your view, Mr. DeFever, can the company pick and choose which elements of a correct collective bargaining agreement it chooses to follow?
Well, again, it can pick and choose which ones it tries to recover from ratepayers. And it did when it negotiated, it got to choose what was going to be in there.
So are you aware of any instance where Pura has disallowed compensation costs that a company is required to pay its workers under a collective bargaining agreement?
I'm not.
Okay. Now, when you look at this single element in isolation, would you agree that the terms and conditions, I'm going to say CBA, just to make the terms and conditions of a CBA would reflect the balance of consideration between the parties? Would you agree with that?
Well, I wasn't privy to the negotiation, so I don't know what was involved.
Okay. So you don't know how the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement might result in a overall balance of consideration acceptable to both parties?
Right. I'm not saying it might not. I'm saying I'm not aware that it did.
Okay. So in determining that one element would be inappropriate, that's a term you use on page 19, lines 12 through 14. Did you review the other terms of the collective bargaining agreement to assess the balance of consideration that's reflected in the agreement?
I did not.
Okay. And did you assess whether other components of the collective bargaining agreement are reasonable or unreasonable?
I did not. However, I don't think that they can put something into it. I don't think they can agree to something that's inappropriate for ratepayers to pay for, and then they should be able to collect it. Like whatever's in that agreement, they can go ahead and pay the employees, but that doesn't mean that ratepayers have to pay for it.
I guess, did you look at the agreement?
No.
And did you give any consideration to how the contract requirements related to paid rest time affect or would potentially affect safety and productivity in a storm restoration?
No.
Okay. Okay, I just have a couple questions relating to your testimony on employee compensation. Is it correct that you propose a reduction to the company's proposed FTE and payroll expense based on historical information?
That is correct.
Okay. And based on your testimony, your recommendation to reduce payroll expense is not based on specific positions, an analysis of specific positions requested in the company's application. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. For instance, there was discovery on on a number of the positions. It also had to take into consideration what the company has done in the past. The company would say, these are required positions. We needed to have them, and they didn't even come close to filling those positions. I mean, in the last case, or they're asking for 570 people net of the vacancy factor, essentially. And once you get it down to the distribution portion, it's 519. The company asked for 738 and were allowed that in the last case. They didn't even come close to that. And and then on top of that, if you look at what they were allowed based upon that request for those people, and compare that to what and was allowed in expense, compare that to what was the actual expense, the company over recovered in the last 5 years $89 million from ratepayers. Now, that's in part to the fact that the the capitalization rate was different, but it's mainly due to the fact that they asked for people who they said we needed to have these people, just like they're saying now, and they did not hire those people. And in this case, I asked about a lot of the positions, and some of the responses come back, well, we've added this guy or this guy, and in fact, we'll wait to see what the authority says to determine whether we hire the rest. I mean, that tells you there that it's, well, if they were really needed, then they'd say, we're going to hire them regardless of what the authority says, not based upon what the authority decides, because we have to have these people. And so there's no justification based upon past performance, and even what the company has said in responses to discovery, that they will in fact hire all these people and they should be given that amount of money.
Yeah, Mr. Schultz, which discovery responses are you talking about?
I can tell you, I think it's OCC 300, OCC 301 were two of them. And then there's some others in that same area on other positions.
Okay. And when you're talking about capitalization rate, are you talking about the transfer, the change in basically the allocation methodology that employees were no longer direct UI employees or UIL employees? UIL, is that what the issue?
No, I'm talking about the capitalization when it comes to the projects. We had discovery on that. The capitalization rate that was utilized in 160604 was 44.8%. According to the responses to discovery, the capitalization rate ranged anywhere from 76% down to 52% in the more recent years. This excess, again, similar to what the costs were for the corporate service charges, it's going to result in ratepayers having to not only overpay for the expense over the last 5 years, they're going to be charged again for some of those dollars as a result of them being capitalized. They didn't get charged for them in the last 5 years, but now it's in rate base. And so they're going to be paying for that as part of rate base going forward in rate years 1, 2, 3, and beyond until that property is fully depreciated.
On the issue of employee incentive comp, you said that, have you reviewed the company's incentive plan documents?
I have.
Okay. And do you agree that paying employees market-based compensation is important to maintaining a qualified and competent workforce?
I believe it is, in the sense of how it's been relayed. But given my experience over the years I've been doing this, that's the term that every utility will say is it's market based. And that's because incentive comp has evolved as a result of, in my opinion, and working on utility cases, that incentive comp is something that's derived because there were bonuses initially that were being rejected by commissions. And then once the incentive comp came into consideration, everybody says, well, everybody's paying incentive comp, so we should get it. The point is, when companies talk about incentive comp, they say this is in lieu of what these employees would get as part of their normal base pay. And it's to create an incentive to try to do better. The reality is, when you look back in history, and I've yet to find a company who's ever said, when we implemented incentive comp, we did not have a merit increase or a cost of living increase or something at that point in time. They just added that as a new method of compensation. And that new method of compensation has just continued on and on. and has resulted in an extra pay, basically, for companies. It's interesting. It will go from one company to the next as to how they classify it. Some companies classify it under a benefit as opposed to compensation when they do their filings. In fact, I think UI has identified that in their benefits. So, I mean, it's something that, like I said, has evolved. And the reality, though, is it something that's requiring an incentive? Does it fit the definition of an incentive? Because if everybody gets it, as they have in UI's case, then how would you consider that incentive? An incentive would be something to pay to someone who's doing something to make things better, and there's a benefit that can flow through to all concerned, which would be shareholders and ratepayers. But in this case, everybody gets it, and I'm not seeing that there's a benefit that flows through, and especially when you have some of those that are financial related, because when you improve the finances, ratepayers generally don't get much of anything out of that improved finances, where the shareholders, those dividends are a nice little return for performing well.
So, Mr. Schultz, when you talk about, so is your testimony that when the company implemented incentive compensation, that it didn't factor in the level of base compensation when it did that? I'm not sure. I think I heard you allude to very generally to other companies, but I didn't. Was that a comment specific to the company's program?
Well, what I'm going to try to answer this as I think you're asking. They might have said, yeah, we factored in this, but there, as I say, I've not yet seen in any case that I've looked at where when it was implemented, the company says, we're not giving you any merit increase this year. We're not giving you a cost of living increase because we got this incentive comp that we want to include as part of the compensation package.
Mm-hmm.
And absent that, I have to say that I can't say that they really factored that into consideration.
Mm-hmm. So in your experience, though, so you've addressed this issue a lot in a lot of rate cases. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
So has that ever caused you to conduct your own independent analysis as to the prevalence of incentive compensation as an element of total compensation for utilities?
That's just one of the factors that I'm aware of. When I evaluate incentive comp, I try to factor in what are the goals and does it create an incentive to make things better, and who's the beneficiary of those goals. That's the primary focus of the incentive compensation. I mean, I can only, as I alluded to, how this all transitioned, that's no longer the major concern. The major concern is incentive comp is here. It's here to stay. And just about every utility has it. And the thing is that I rely on is what benefit is there and who's getting the benefit. And there's states where they've thrown out all the incentive comp in setting rates. And there's states where they take out portions of it. And in those same conditions, when that request was made by the companies, they would say, well, is it part of the market-based compensation for the company? And nobody argued that it's market-based. The company made the decision that we're going to pay incentive comp. But that doesn't mean that ratepayers should be responsible to have to also pay that incentive comp if they're not getting a true benefit from it.
So in your testimony, I think I heard you say that some commissions allow it, some don't. Have you ever done a study that analyzes that and the treatment across various state commissions?
I haven't done a study myself, no, because usually Florida is not what I call a consumer advocate state. And in Florida, in the one case I did down there, they took it all out, and they took out 50% plus in a case that was coincidental at the time down there. And since then, the commission has continued to take it out. In Vermont, I've had it where they've taken out all of it. They've taken out 50%. I think there's a case in New York that I did where they took out portions of it, but they did it. I might have made a recommendation, take out 50% or 75% or 100%, and they took it out in some other formalistic manner that they determined. I mean, granted, my recommendations haven't been always adopted, and in some cases they take out their own formalistic way. But the general consensus that I have found is that when they look at it, they either conclude that the incentive plan as it is designed did not provide benefits to ratepayers, in which cases they take it all out, or they would say the incentive comp as it's designed provides a benefit to both ratepayers and shareholders. Therefore, the cost should be shared.
So I think I also heard you testify. You said that basically, I think you said something like everybody pays it. Does that mean so that you would agree then essentially it's a common practice throughout the utility industry, and if not general industry?
Oh, it's a common practice in the utility industry. Yes.
Okay. Okay. On the caregiver program, you recommended removal of the company's proposed expense associated with the caregiver program. Is that right?
That's correct.
And would you agree with the viewpoint that customers benefit from a workforce that minimizes absences, benefit from policies that serve to minimize absences in the workforce? Would you agree with that?
I would. I just haven't seen where the company's demonstrated that this program would have that impact.
What type of information would you need to see to show that impact or to show that benefit?
I'm not sure, but it would be the company's burden to come up with that, not mine to figure out what it should be to ask for it.
Would you look for example, potential absentee savings, that would outweigh the cost of the program?
Well, again, you'd have to provide the link that it was the program that was causing that impact.
Okay.
And another thing too is that if the program was available to employees outside of getting it through the company, then the company providing that program would only be providing money to the employees. It wouldn't actually be providing the service.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Van Ramp. Yeah, ask authority staff to approach, please.
Good morning.
A few questions. Unfortunately, I don't have all the testimonies in front of me, but I have references here. In pre-file testimony and rebuttal testimony of the OCC, you point to over collections of the company, primarily in the areas of payroll and the corporate service charge. Does OCC seek to reach back and recoup any of those funds?
That's an interesting question, to say the least. My experience over the years, in most cases, that would be considered retroactive rate making and wouldn't be allowed. But I was thinking never say never, because it depends on, for instance, how the authority views, like, let's say the recovery of the Bridgeport cost. The company has come in and said, we want to recover 10 million bucks plus $5 million in carrying costs. Those $5 million of carrying costs that they've accrued is over a period of time when ratepayers weren't even being served by this facility. It was after that. And it is after this plant was essentially taken off the books. So it's non-utility plant. And so if the authority comes to the conclusion that that $5 million should be allowed and recovered, which would, in my opinion, be retroactive rate making, then maybe we should consider the rest. I mean, the actual rate making standards says retroactive rate making is a no-no. So all you can do with the over recovery of the years, take that into consideration when you factor in, are the requests being made in this rate case reasonable and prudent based upon history?
Okay, thank you. The authorized or the recommended rate increase that you have proposed here, just to fine tune the answer, does not include any recoupment of previous over collections.
That's correct. It does not.
Thank you. The company's testimony, rebuttal testimony, page 12 and 13, they mention actual earnings versus these over collections, and that their actual earnings and over collections are ROE. I guess I'll say further demonstrates that there are certain areas in which the company's expenses exceeded those amounts reflected in prior revenue requirements. Is that a consideration when you're looking at these particular items?
It's something you might give some weighting to, but to the extent that the question is how much weighting. The company comes in for a rate request and it says, these are our costs and this is what we need to recover. Now, they say we under recovered these costs, but we and that under recovery offsets the over recovery. The under recovery is a result that they might have expended more than what they put in was allowed in rates going forward. Well, we have to remember the company comes in and asks for a rate case. They put in what they say is going to be the expenditures. Now, if they have expenditures that are over and above what they say and what was allowed, that's part of the risk that they incur. And that's factored into their ROE that's allowed, is that they have a risk assessment there. And therefore, nothing's going to be perfect, but another purpose of a rate case is for everybody to evaluate what the company says is going to be their cost of service. Now, these extra costs, nobody evaluated those. So we have no clue whether those costs are reasonable and prudent. And that has to be factored in, and why I say it gives it less of a weighting when evaluating that argument.
Okay, thank you. In terms of I'm not sure if I did see a response to this, but maybe you've spoken to this either in rebuttal. But the U.S. revenue requirement panel, with respect to FTA levels approved in the last rate case, states that OCC's position on this is irrelevant. How What would be your response to that?
This I was trying to explain to Mr. Venora, and I was taken aback, to tell you the truth. I thought it was kind of an egregious statement to say it's irrelevant. When you factor in, you overstated your FTEs, and that's what's gone into rates, and that resulted in a high level of payroll expense being factored into rates. And as I indicated, if you take into effect 5 years of that over recovery of payroll, it's $89 million. I kind of find it concerning that they would classify the actual results to be irrelevant. $89 million is almost what they were asking for in this case. Almost makes this case irrelevant if you follow their definition of relevancy.
And I guess you had mentioned capitalization factors in the previous rate case, and I believe the capitalization, if I followed it correctly, the capitalization rate was lower in the previous case compared to what actually transpired. If I'm following the logic, that means less expense went into payroll and more went into plant via the capitalization factor, and that maintains throughout the life of the asset. Does that sound correct?
That's correct. Again, this is, as I addressed Mr. Venora, I says, the company spent more as a result by shifting the cost to capitalization, putting it into plant. They didn't recover that essentially as part of rate base in the last 5 years, but that plant is still on the books. They're going to recover it going forward until it's fully depreciated. So that results, in my opinion, of a double recovery of the dollars in payroll, because now they're getting not only that extra 89 million that they got, they're getting this extra money going forward if that plant was allowed in rate base.
Does the OCC make any recommendations or adjustments to the company's capitalization factor for this rate case?
We did not make an adjustment.
Okay.
That doesn't mean one couldn't be made.
So just going back to incentive compensation, it's the OCC's position that, well, I guess if you take a look at comparable compensation for like utilities, it's the OCC's position that essentially what's allowed in rates needs to be considered in a rate making setting.
Exactly. I mean, that's what this is about. It's a recovery of how much is reasonable and should be allowed. I mean, every utility case I've done where it comes into the discussion incentive comp, they say it's required because we're based upon the market and it's there. Yet there's not any study out there that has ever been done that I'm aware of, and no company has ever produced one where it showed a comparison of the market-based compensation as adjusted for disallowed incentive comp in all the other jurisdictions. I mean, they can't say it, but it exists, and it exists in numerous jurisdictions, and that's the problem. Is just because you pay it, because you've determined that you have to pay it, doesn't mean that it's reasonable for ratepayers to pay it. And it's been decided in jurisdictions that it isn't reasonable to pay that. I mean, there's decisions in Connecticut where the incentive comp has been disallowed.
Okay, when you say it doesn't exist, you mean the information hasn't been compiled in any particular formal study to show what incentive compensation may have been removed from a company's revenue requirement?
That's correct. I mean, the companies all rely on these market studies that are done like WorldWorks and the different compensation companies. They'll even have some companies, when they come in for their rate request, will even have witnesses from those companies saying, yes, this is what we do. We make the comparison.
Okay. Just final two areas and same question on each of these. You made adjustments for the caregiver program and the paid rest. For each of those, can you identify your experience with either of these items in other jurisdictions and the recoverability?
The paid rest, I don't have any experience with that in other jurisdictions. Do you?
Then not with respect to this. I've only addressed it in storm cases
Okay.
themselves, actual separate dockets for storm cases.
Okay.
And the caregiver, yeah, that's come up in other jurisdictions, and I think we've seen it allowed and disallowed, or perhaps 50%. I think I've seen it all three ways, allowed, disallowed, or partially allowed.
Well, one thing I'd add to on the caregiver is, that's in, it's an item that utilities may offer for their employees as an extra benefit as such. But in essence, that kind of ignores the fact that if the employees are filing their taxes appropriately, they might have been able to get a tax deduction from the government for whatever was expended for this. So it's, they get a tax credit.
Oh, and I wanted to say too that this plan includes pet care that I haven't seen in any other jurisdiction.
I just have one question from our consultant that was not able to be here today. In your pre-file testimony, you recommended reductions in the corporate service line items for board of directors expense, other public company costs, and non-industry dues. However, you did not make a recommendation relative to audit costs. Is there any particular reason the OCC did not make a recommendation for those costs?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Bakari has a few questions.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, panel. Suleiman Bakari for Pura staff. Regarding the plant that were transferred from UIL or Urban Grid Service Company, I believe the company testified that those plants were transferred at net book value. Would that change your opinion regarding double recovery, given that those plants were transferred at net book value?
No, as I was trying to explain to Mr. Venora there too, is, you can say that, we put this as a part of plant now. Again, you can't ignore the fact that the corporate service charges have declined. Not only have they declined through the test year, even in their pro forma test year, it's a lower amount than what was in the test year. And now they want to jump up those charges. And as far as their new accounting for the plant, again, all that has done is made a move to put plant into rate base for dollars that, from a standpoint, they had recovered through expense, essentially. And now they're going to ask you to pay for that going forward, where they didn't get it over the last 5 years, but they're going to ask you to get that going forward. And I'm going to, they've got that built into their filing for rate years 1, 2, and 3. So it's there. We haven't adjusted to take it out of rate years 1, 2, and 3 going forward. We haven't touched it. So all we're taking an issue with is the expense portion.
As the OCC identified those expense portion that you determined to be potential double recovery?
Determined to be what?
Double recovery.
Essentially, that's the way I view it. Like I said, for instance, let me give you an example. Let's say in 2019, they said, we're charging UIL plant to UI of $10 million. These are all hypothetical. And we're going to recover that over the next 20, 30 years. Let's use 20 million, or 10 million over 20 years. So that's $500,000 a year. if they're recovering $500,000 a year and they failed to recover that in 2019, yet they over recovered, let's say, $20 million of corporate service charge, that's a significant difference. Because you take that 500,000, apply the whack to it, and take that 500,000 in expense. The combination of those two isn't anywhere near what they over recovered.
What's your general opinion as to whether plants utilized by an operating utilities, for instance, intangible plant mostly, should that be recorded on the company's book or on the books of the affiliated share service companies?
It's not unusual to see that in this case, as they're doing now, where the parent or company charges down plant and it's put on the books of the utility itself. That's not uncommon. It's done all the time.
Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you. Anything, anything further from authority staff? Okay, I believe NECTA and the AG have both waived their cross. Thank you. Attorney White, does EOE, Attorney Wyman? No questions, okay.
We have a few questions.
Oh, you have a few questions, okay. Come on, please approach.
For the sake of time, we're not going to try to find our name tags. But I am Brittany Wyman from EOE, and I'm joined by my colleague, Kim White. We should have a very brief cross for you. You've reviewed the company's rebuttal testimony, I presume?
Yes.
Yes.
And in that, the company referred to your statement that other jurisdictions have disallowed incentive compensation and claims your assertions are erroneous. Is that correct? Or to your recollection?
Essentially, what they said is that we didn't provide evidence of that fact.
Thank you. And just a few moments ago, in response to the company, you had mentioned a few states that have previously disallowed some or all of the incentive compensations, including Florida, Vermont, and New York.
Yes.
Can you provide decisions from those jurisdictions and any other jurisdictions I may have missed from over the past 15 years which disallowed compensation as a late file exhibit?
I can provide, for instance, I know I have the Florida ones in their entirety. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
There's a New York one I know I have in entirety. The Vermont, I have some, and they're older ones. I can't even tell you which year they're from, but I have hard copies of those. And if it's all right, if I just give you the PDF copy of the cover and the section on incentive comp in a PDF, because I've tried to go to the Vermont website to get the older ones, and for some reason, anything over 7 years is kind of hard to get from that site. So
I think that would be acceptable to us.
Okay, for completeness of the record, I'd ask that the attorneys for OCC, if you can try to get the full versions scanned in.
We'll endeavor to do that.
Hold on, Attorney Vanoyer.
Thank you. Just for completeness of the late file, I heard Attorney Wyman ask for decisions where the witnesses are aware of incentive comp being disallowed. I think it would also be helpful for completeness to provide the decisions where there were other treatments, perhaps where it was allowed or partially allowed. Just going back over that same time span. And we could, even if they were just docket number references and decision date references, we could work with that also.
Okay, I I will allow late file exhibit 67 in the following form. I will allow the witnesses to provide copies of any decisions from any jurisdictions in which you have testified from the last 15 years regarding the treatment of this issue. But I'm not looking for decisions from jurisdictions that you do not have familiarity with or were not party to.
Can I ask, I don't know how long ago those Vermont decisions were.
Okay.
Whether they're in the 15-year span and going, yeah, I mean, at least 15 years doesn't take in all my years of doing this. But I'd add, they basically did establish a precedent for rate making in Vermont. So again, I don't recall what years those are from. But I can endeavor to provide them, I mean, the same actually applies in cases that have done in Florida, that once those decisions came out, and again, I'm not even sure the date of those, that it established kind of a precedent in the state. So,
Madam Chairman, if it's all right, I would, if we could amend our late file exhibit to say 15 years plus these specific decisions that Mr. Schwartz is speaking about, just to make sure we have all of our bases covered.
Okay. I won't. Okay. That's fine. I'm just looking. Just state this again. Provide copies of decisions from Florida, Vermont, New York, and any other jurisdictions in which the OCC witnesses have testified in or specific familiarity with regarding the treatment of incentive compensation. Okay. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
that's a lot of states.
That's a lot of decisions.
With that request, we have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question? Do you want the ones from Connecticut too?
No, we don't have to cite to or we don't have to. No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chairman.
No question.
Thank you. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Just have a question about the incentive compensation or just utility incentives more generally. Can we speak first, to the theory of what's allowed in rates and whether, I guess I'm looking for your understanding of what the signal is that's provided to a utility if they are allowed cost recovery of losses associated with things that are labeled as like poor management decisions or inefficient operation of the company. Just like the theory behind whether utilities should be allowed cost recovery and of those losses, and if so, what kind of signals that sends.
If they're allowed to recover something that might have been deemed poor management decisions, it sends a signal to everybody that it don't matter what we do, we're going to get it. That thought process. I mean, it's in cases of poor planning and decisions. the regulators in a number of instances will not allow those costs to go forward. I've experienced some of those in various cases where, for instance, there was a plan where Green Mountain Power was redirecting a lot of lines, and their argument was we have to do this because the state said we have to do this. But the way they did it and the cost incurred was deemed inappropriate because they did it all above and beyond what was really required. There was a plant that was constructed in Mississippi, for instance, that a significant portion was disallowed because it was considered imprudent. I didn't actually participate in the final version of that decision. I just was in there initially when it started tumbling down. But in most cases, you hope that there's recognition by the regulator that this was a poor decision, and you don't have to deal with that issue going forward. That the company can say, "Well, they let us have it, so we'll just spend whatever we have to spend and let it go."
Thank you. I appreciate that. In exchange with, I believe my staff, there are questions about retroactive rate making. I'm wondering if you can express, the OCC's position on whether certain of the reconciliations that are being proposed here constitute single issue rate making or retroactive rate making. Like I thought you had an interesting exchange about let me say what I think I heard you say and tell me if I'm mischaracterizing it. I think what you were suggesting was, while you might not normally have reached back or suggested that the authority reach back for certain expenditures, I think it was in relation to staffing. We may consider doing that here if we're going to allow the company to reach back and recover for other things associated with carrying charges. Did I characterize that correctly, or were you trying to say
I
something
believe
else?
that's correct.
Okay, so my question is, like in a similar vein, like in the companion theory of single issue rate making, are there aspects of the company's proposal that you would classify as single issue rate making? And if so, which ones, please?
Well, I did touch on the the calculation of the carrying cost.
Mhm.
To me, that's asking like for a new single issue rate making recovery item. Not only do I dispute their methodology of it, if they were allowed, they shouldn't be allowed to do it at a whack level. And it does. I've actually recommended that on occasions, depending on past performance of the companies. For example, before all the storms hit and tree trimming got to the level that it was a common occurrence for a utility to come in and say, this is what our projected cost is. And then when you get looking at historical trends, they were always underspending. And after some trends of that, I recommended for basically a single issue item where, hey, if the company doesn't spend it, they have to create a regulatory liability for that underspending until such time that they make it up or they return it to ratepayers. And in that case, in my opinion, the board, as they were called at the time, adopted that. And after a few rate cases of that, it was noted that the company started spending what they were asking for. So it kind of eliminated the need for that single issue to continue. But it was a check and balance that was, I thought, important to implement at the time. So it can serve as a purpose, I guess, I'm not in favor of it always, but again, in that case, I thought it was necessary because it was the only way to address a reoccurring problem. How's that?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have anything further. So, attorneys, do you need a moment to consider redirect?
Yeah, could we have 5 minutes?
Yes, we will recess for 5 minutes.
You said WAC level.
WAC.
WA.
Weighted average cost of capital.
Okay, great, thank you.
I normally there's no direction, but like this was only hard. Yeah. How are you doing? Your knee I only have a couple more. I think some of the
Madam Chair, we do have one question for redirect.
Okay, very good. We can go back on the record. We'll take the one question, please.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, in your testimony earlier regarding capitalized payroll, and as a result, as it relates, to under collection, do you have any clarification you want to offer on that?
Yeah, theoretically, as I explained to the staff and Mr. Venora, in essence, the money that the company, the payroll dollars that have been shifted to CapEx isn't going to be recovered until beginning in rate years 1, 2, and 3. But in reality, when you look at the fact that over the time frame, the company's CapEx, which was allowed in rates, was not achieved by actual. So you could argue that the dollars that got shifted from O&M to CapEx did give the company recovery over the last 5 years because of their underspending of the overall allowed CapEx.
Thank you. That concludes our redirects.
Very good. Okay. In that case, we will excuse this panel until the late file exhibit hearing. Thank you. Safe travels home.
Thank you.
Okay, we will, I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna call up the company's witnesses. We'll get them sworn in, get pre-filed materials adopted, and then we'll probably take our lunch break. So if I could ask the next panel from the company to approach on employee compensation, staffing levels, and succession planning, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we missing a witness, Attorney Vaughn?
Yes, one of the witnesses is no longer with the company, and we'll be having Mr. Visconti adopt her materials.
Okay. If you can, if you can please introduce your witnesses and I'll swear them in.
Absolutely. Mr. Canavan, obviously previously sworn. We have Tina Allman, Paul Visconti, and John O'Neill on the panel.
Very good. If those three individuals can raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. Ask that you affirm at the conclusion. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
I did. Thank you. Attorney Vaughn?
Absolutely. Ms. Ullman and Mr. Visconti, as part of your preparation for this docket, did each of you provide pre-filed written testimony and exhibits which were marked as exhibits UI-CBP-1 through UI-CBP-10, and rebuttal testimony and exhibits which were marked as exhibits UI-CBP-rebuttal-1 through UI-CBP-rebuttal-3?
Yes, I did.
Yes, I did.
And do either of you have any updates or changes to your pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony and exhibits?
I do not.
I do have 2 items to clarify.
Okay, Mr. Visconti, could you please proceed to clarify?
Sure. In the initial testimony that was submitted on page 20, lines 6 through 14, while the answer is reflective of our pension de-risking glide path in general, it's not applicable to the UI pension plan and should be stricken from the record. As referenced on page 20, lines 3 through 5, the expected return for the UI pension plan was going to remain static over the period. The second clarification is on page 28, lines 19 through 22. I want to revise that section to indicate that our actuary PwC, our consultant, actually uses 24 months of claims history to do benefits pricing.
Thank you, Mr. Visconti. And to both of you, subject to those corrections that you just outlined, Mr. Visconti, do each of you adopt your pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Neill, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you review the responses to interrogatories and pre-filed written testimony and exhibits sponsored by Diane Byron and marked as exhibits UI-CBP-1 through UI-CBP-10, rebuttal testimony and exhibits which were marked as exhibits UI-CBP-1 rebuttal-1 through UI-CBP-rebuttal-3, and pre-filed supplemental testimony marked as exhibit UI-DB-DRC-SUP-1?
I did.
Speak in the mic.
Sorry, yes, I did.
And do you have any updates or changes to those interrogatories, pre-filed direct, rebuttal, and supplemental testimonies and exhibits?
No, I don't.
And do you adopt those responses to interrogatories, pre-filed direct, rebuttal, and supplemental testimonies as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Visconti and Ms. Ullman, did each of you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes to any of your responses to interrogatories?
No changes.
No changes.
And do you adopt your responses to interrogatories as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Visconti and Ms. Ullman, have you also reviewed the responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding by Marie Collins?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes to those responses to interrogatories?
One of the changes to the testimony I've already noted, but no other further changes.
So no changes to the interrogatories. Thank you. And do you adopt those responses to interrogatories submitted by Ms. Collins as part of your sworn testimony in this case? Thank you. Lastly, Ms. Ullman, have you also reviewed responses to interrogatories submitted by Mauricio de la Iglesia?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any changes or corrections to any of the interrogatories sponsored by him?
No, I do not.
And do you adopt those, or for purposes of admission in the record, do you adopt those?
Yes, I
responses?
do. Thank
you. And lastly, Chair Gillette, we have Andrew Jacobs, who is identified on our February 14th filing.
Okay.
I don't, we can swear him in. Yeah.
Okay. If you could raise your right hand, please, sir. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do. And Mr. Jacobs, did you sponsor responses to interrogatories in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you adopt your responses to interrogatories as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
I do.
Thank you. That's all we have.
Okay, thank you. I just have a quick question. So I think it made sense to the authority to ask questions regarding the FTE additions that are being sought with respect to the customer service representatives. If we held those questions and asked them in the context of our questions for the customer experience panel. And I see some overlap of the witnesses. I just want to confirm that that the witnesses here that are not slated to be on that later panel are not the ones that those questions would be directed to.
That's correct. I think that anything specific to the specific need or justifications for the FTEs in the customer service area would be for the customer service panel.
Okay, very good then. Thank you for that. So we will, does it make sense to try to address any of the read-ins before we break for lunch, or do you want to?
I think we have, there's 3 outstanding. We have 2, and then the third one, I think we are going to ask to be converted to a late filed exhibit.
Okay.
And we have Mr. Hurwitz here who can provide the read-ins.
Okay, very good. If the company will entertain read-in J and L, I think, and then we'll talk about M.
I think it's read-ins J and M we can provide today, and read-in L is
L.
the one we're asking to change to a late file exhibit.
Okay, thank you. Then let's start with read-in J, please.
The company does not have rental agreements in place with the contracted vendors for the square footage being utilized as the employee cafeterias, and no rental income is received by the company from the vendors for use of that space. No income of any kind is received by the company from the employee cafeteria service, as this service functions solely as an employee benefit. Rental agreements are not in place with the vendors because the company offers the space at no charge to mitigate the vendors' operational costs and keep meal price points low for employees.
Thank you. And read-in M.
The company refiled its ROE filing in docket 760307 RE01 on July 22nd, 2022.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Hurwitz. Let me switch back to my late file exhibit list here. Give me 1 second. Okay, so that means we will have a new late file exhibit 68, which will be the former read-in L. And my shorthand may not be good enough here. I have 8 to 10% increase in postage.
Yes, that's what I had too. I think it was an explanation of the basis for the increase reflected in the company's filing.
Okay, with that, we are caught up on read-ins, I believe. So let's break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock, please. And we'll resume at 1 o'clock with cross, beginning with authority staff. Thank you.
No, I'm not. Just morning.
Very nice. Should we keep the track going back home,
Yeah,
right?
it is, yeah.
Yeah, especially keep her back on the road, unfortunately.
I know. Right now, right?
Sure, yeah. Well. She wants to talk to her.
Yeah. I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, really.
Hey,
Whenever it is.
Teresa's taking the action.
Yes, Teresa's very good reporter. She's an excellent.
She smiles.
She thrives on. Awesome. Right. She does. Both awesome. He's a character. I don't know, Rob. He doesn't talk. Marge. About the kid. Yeah, she's my aunt.
That's right, you're related.
Yeah.
But she's
Where are we at?
in short.
Oh, I know.
And she was
We're
accurate.
spoiled.
She was so accurate.
You have more. Yeah, he wasn't as good, I
No,
would say.
but Mark is good. And we don't know what happened to guys, right?
No, I tried to.
Supposedly, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna start with this.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
alright. Yeah, we had it to the panel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great, then.
I love.
How'd your coffee?
Oh, he was well.
You did it, and then once, right? Okay.
Oh, he was great since he was wonderful.
Yeah.
I like him.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Long time we've been around here. Tracy, we're talking about the
Old days.
old days.
Oh,
We go back a long way.
Yeah.
Oh, you've been lucky, you've been way longer than I have. Well, there's still time.
Smile.
I know.
There's always still time.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Is it now? Yeah. But I noticed that they.
Oh, no, yeah,
Right?
yes,
That was unbelievable.
yeah. and we-
Because I never used to do these things.
Yeah.
These,
Yeah.
rate cases. But
Thank
I
God.
remember, I used to proofread in the office, do all that stuff.
Yeah. And the night hearing, did you do any night hearings?
Oh, those used to go on forever. No, I did a handful of those, but,
Crazy.
yeah. I did some water one thing whenever.
No, the electric-
Cable and remember the.
Cable hearings,
Yeah.
people hate cable companies,
Yeah.
but we go down the UI.
Yeah. Not any.
That's much. Oh, there's a few strong ones that still come out there, so. I get emails from her and stuff, so.
Yeah, something.
Take care. 1:00, right, yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, see you,
Yes,
Teresa.
I will,
Safe
thank you.
travels.
And I'll, let you know. Basically said what I saw on my schedule. And she doesn't have me on Wednesday, but you have the whole day. Yeah. Starting later.
Well, that's if we, do they have Thursday?
Yeah.
Then I might not do all day. She did, I mean, I know last time, but, they're not here. And then yesterday, I'm like, yesterday, I can't remember, it's fine. I'm talking about.
All right, because, if I were you, because he didn't do yesterday.
Right, yeah.
And you should, because he's very nice guy. Yeah, and he's become.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know, his schedule and he has another job. Yeah,
Yeah.
His schedule kind of doesn't always work with that, so.
But she has a, we're going here next Friday.
Oh, we're doing Thursday and Friday, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'll confirm it when I.
So which days are you on?
She has me every day but Wednesday, but I think she doesn't have me on Friday. Yes, sorry. Is there a recorder system,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
public health and
Yeah.
stuff like that?
Yeah. There's only certain people that will take that. And that's
So the
why-
public, no, I will come, it's just, I don't want to be up.
Yeah, no, I know.
So all these witnesses are here except for Marie Collins, she's no longer with the company. Andrew Jacobs, previous, no, she just added him. Yeah, that's an addition. And, yeah, I had a report. The Oh, I know that I'm gonna get there. He has a question. No, yeah. But who knows, they might start with others, but it's, they're the consultant, yeah. On staff. They say, they're consultant, they heard from the SM, yeah. So, but you might get an income. Yeah. No, I mean, you can't, it's just a personal thing. Yeah. We're not supposed to have that part. That's all. Yeah. I don't. For what? I'm not, I don't like, no, if it was something like pure sugar, like, orange slices. Yeah. Or peach rings.
Yeah, and then you're good.
Yeah, then I will take it.
How's it going?
Hello, how are you?
Not too bad. I don't have to constantly type though during the day, so.
Well, sometimes I think just staying awake is also.
That's a good, I mean, they got some space up here. We could put like a little Keurig or
Yeah,
something.
you know?
I'll put in a good word for you.
Do you know, not there. I have all week to ask for, but PSRB, I need it. I went with a little short one last
Oh, they
time.
borrowed yours? Which I short?
Yeah, here they did. But I have a whole week to ask. I was yeah. But you asked me if I got complaints.
No, I'm asking in general. There's more than just you, hair girlfriend, that's all I'm asking.
No, oh, you mean on the record?
Yeah. Oh, really? No, I just wasn't trying to like that.
Beginning.
Yeah.
I used to read, proofread for other,
Yeah,
before I never did.
yeah.
No. No, I always look like these two are the more.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I always do that too, that's why I'm like, you let me keep sharing anything.
Usually you give it pretty quick.
I figured as much, so.
Because when that last one I got from Logan.
Yeah.
It was pretty quick, but it was an expert. Guys.
Yeah.
So I think they pretty much didn't know I did raises.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't know.
I figured
So,
out. Maybe don't send again. Like, I'm literally reading at like 1:30 in the morning. I'm like, I'm at here. Okay, and y'all, but like,
it's just, I remember Rob and I got, because I took the first day, second day of his job, definition.
Yeah.
All day.
Yeah.
We both got
Really?
all these complaints that, yeah, about, they were like so nitpicky
Yeah.
about it. They didn't understand, you know, the whole court for it.
Yeah.
But,
That's always a big here.
yeah, but you know what? Listen to me, like I'm a big shot. And I wouldn't, have you heard anything?
No, but no, it's funny.
No, I've never turned it in.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, it was the Friday.
Yeah.
Right,
Not like you
yeah.
shut down, like,
Yeah.
hey, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. She's gonna contact me or something.
No, because Rob was on morning, and it's funny, he gave me
That's what Fridays are for. Fridays are the golden day.
Yeah. No, I haven't. No, I'll have to talk to her about that. And then I took my all day Wednesday because I figured I have to do that Wednesday.
Right,
But
so
then
that
I
is
don't know we do, but now.
Yeah, so I'll expect to see it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know, if she's given the other stuff too.
Right, yeah.
But I mean, that kind of speaks for, I understand this isn't every, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a great kid,
Great.
but I know it's hard for her too.
People won't do public.
I like those, I like the state employees. Oh, yeah, you don't get copies. No. No, I've never been one. I'm just not, yeah.
I mean, I generally don't like, for example, I didn't like med now, right? That would be no.
You didn't like what? Yeah.
Yeah. One thing is the genre of like stuff.
It is, and you got a whole dictionary
Yeah,
for it and all that. Right, the thing is, she doesn't, I know there's certain words that do a lot of that.
Yeah.
But she can, every once in a while, she'll give me.
Yeah.
And, you know, my notes aren't clean.
But, you know, you can just learn to build your dictionary.
I'm not putting all this crap in my dictionary.
Yeah, I know. You know what's funny though? So it's funny that you should say that, because for the longest time I didn't do that. And then I started, I ran into, but I found, a weird Beverly, Anissa. And she does.
Is she online, like,
Yeah, she does.
you don't know her personally?
No, I don't know her personally, but she does like the dictionary thing, the dictionary jump start, she runs all that. And she's a big one for putting everything in your dictionary. If it's something that you come up a lot, then you should put it in, and then that right there is your own dictionary. She goes, because if you keep writing it that way, she goes, like what your brain already knows. She's like, and until you, unless you're gonna go back and retrain yourself to take it a different way, she's like, that's what your brain remembers. So she goes, it's better out. She goes, a lot of times, that's what she said, she goes, a lot of back in the day, was like, don't put it in, like, perfect.
Yeah, because my dictionary is the smallest.
Yep.
The Steno-Cap service people are like, why is your dictionary so small? How long have you been doing this? Are you putting things in your dictionary?
Yeah, and that's what she was, even if they're crap, you're writing the same number, and she goes, that's your stroke for that word.
Yeah.
She was like, put it all in, and it's funny, because ever since I started doing that, I just.
Yeah.
Because it's just.
But sometimes stuff comes up for me
But like,
that,
yeah.
yeah.
You're like, okay, that was clearly.
That's wrong.
Yeah. I don't put that to them, like, if it's close
Yeah.
to like, if I'm.
No, you're right.
Like, if I shadowed,
Yeah.
if I did.
Oh, yeah.
I just stuck it in there.
This
because-
yeah, no, like depreciation would be.
Oh, so depreciation, I do in one stroke now.
Me too.
One stroke, and so I do, it's,
I used to try to do DPR shin.
yeah, so
But I
that,
can't. This
yeah,
time.
so that was tough for me, the DP, so sometimes I end up setting the D, I get the K and the P, but it's the same.
It's
so I just
mush,
put it-
but yeah.
I just put it in there because it's exactly what my brain would be doing.
Yeah.
Trying to do D, but I get K.
Yeah.
So, but it's funny because I did a lot, and sometimes, I bring it with me purposely, just so I can look stuff up. So this is from Ed.
Oh, that's from her?
All right, no, this is from Ed. This is the theory that I learned on. You learned on Ed too, right?
No. No, it's the one before the Philadelphia, where there's no short form.
Okay,
Hardly any
so
short
pick
form.
up this book because generally speaking, a lot of the stuff
Yeah.
is already in my dictionary, in my software.
Yeah.
And so, and the stupidest thing, like depreciation is like a big one. Stupid word, chairman is one word. I've been doing it two words. And
Yeah.
it's all the even
Like
though-
commissioner, they got it, the one that you.
Yep, I saw that one,
Yeah.
but that one, yeah, so mine was
GR or
too.
something.
Yeah. But it's,
I don't use it.
well, that's the thing, I wrote down, since I started like this whole big thing.
Yeah, you told me.
Literally, like,
down there.
I was like writing all of them down. So it's like, and now, and I'm like, oh, I'm like, this is amazing. And I've been
there's also a free PDF. It's freepedia.com. So if you have a word that you're struggling with, you type it in there, it will give you like different ways that you can phrase it. Yeah, it doesn't do phrases. That's the only thing that I don't like. But any word that you have to you go through it, it gives you suggested ones, and then you can see if it fits in your writing.
It's a wonderful thing when you hit on one. It
Yeah.
clicks with your brain, and
Yeah.
you're like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Every time it comes up.
Yeah, there's certain ones that I do.
Phrases
too.
are good. I've been using phrases more than ever.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, as an old person, I'm starting to enjoy the phrases.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Cause that's, I started, because I'm like, okay, I'm like making my life so easier.
Yeah.
Stupid words, like, do you recall? And like,
Yeah.
that phrase is one stroke. There was another one that I was like blown away by. Like, stupid definition now.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my gosh.
So you learned a theory that didn't have any.
No, my STEM ed is all about writing everything out. Like that was the whole thing. We learned that from the beginning. You write everything out. There wasn't that. And then it was funny because
Where'd you go to school?
Stone Academy, when it was like just Stone Academy in Hampton. So we would, but
I went to the Stenotype Academy in New York City.
really,
Yeah, I lived in New York anyway, so.
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I was probably one of maybe like the last 5 classes there, and then they shut down the coursework
Too
program.
bad.
Yep, and then Briarwood College picked up, and that was Pleasanton, and then Original, they were only open for a couple years, and they shut down. They shut the program down, and then ever since then, everything's all been online. And I don't know how you get online, because like,
I remember doing 3 hours a night.
yeah, exactly. Going to school, doing all that, and then going home practicing for 3 hours a night. I don't know how you learn it online, because I needed that to be like in class.
Yeah,
to do all
it's
that.
true. Yeah, and then I had a breakup,
Yeah.
and I had to leave before the end of the program.
Oh,
We were together for 8 years, so it was really devastating.
no. Yeah.
I was right around the 200 mark.
Yeah.
When I left.
Yeah.
So, and I'm still there.
Yeah. You're so funny. You are not.
That's my sweet spot.
No, but you know what the funny thing is, like, and they say everyone generally talks to people 160, 180 words. So of course you're gonna repeat it, and then you get thrown in here and everyone's like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah, it's just a multiple, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's part too, because you have to have, but it's true, isn't it nice? People are like, yeah, it's great, yeah. I'm just struggling to do it later on this weight and it's boring.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's really nice.
and your eyes are like, like your brain is concentrating all day, and then like,
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get one of them. We're probably gonna get one.
It just might doesn't matter, but. I do. Oh, you know what?
Oh, it was completely different.
My bad.
I'm nowhere near the ball.
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh.
That's what I meant. Oh, the other thing I'm looking for, you know when they say.
Yeah. Oh. Well,
I
the
did.
vault line.
Yeah. And all of them are there, all of them. Oh, okay. I was searching for it, I'm like, I haven't had it, I did it, but I didn't know which one. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
The information.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, because I usually use school for my thing, time. Okay. Yeah, so, okay, that's good to know, because I was just scrolling through everything there and so like, oh, like
You're struggling, and I should have told you.
I have no idea where to see it. Here was something for Laura. Where? WP exhibits, right? So it's something because she information
blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, you can meet on this specific date. I didn't set them out. I'm like, great. She's like, I came here on Monday and I don't, for the lease gate. Yeah. What was I supposed to do? She's like, it's too late now. She's like, you know, afterwards, just ask me. Oh, no, you know, never ask me. Because I wasn't, you know, honestly, I wasn't even thinking about it. It was actually, it was the weekend, so I figured it's for 10 minutes. I was like, find it online. I didn't want to bother you. So, but the funny thing was, because it's a WPC, she thought it was water planning council. So she took me like those, and I said afterwards, I thought about it. Oh my God, probably should have, you know, been a little bit more specific. But yeah, I couldn't find it. And like they have to be inside of another, it's the work, just the work paper, so they actually. I know, I know. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Come on, sure, yeah,
Yeah.
that's where you start.
All right, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah,
but I didn't
they're
realize-
definitely in there.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. I thought they would all listed below that. I was going through all the correspondence, all the motions, and then, but they have to be here somewhere. Then I know.
I thought. Expert.
Hmm.
I thought maybe.
Yeah.
There and.
Oh, yeah.
But they have to bear, well, the ones that have. Not with the age, they're.
Yeah. No, that's where I. Yeah, so, not cuddle together or anything. Well, it's not, but I'm like, I should probably ask somebody that question, and then I'm like, who do I ask?
Yeah, so, but don't hesitate.
Ask. I will, like, help me, hey, Bob, I need bothering you though. I'm here, no, it's fine.
Then you're done.
No, not really, how that goes. Okay, well, you'd like to be, how was it that way?
These witnesses seem nice, and we just wore them all in.
Okay. So we got everyone sworn in, we just didn't start questioning.
Right.
Great. Good afternoon,
Yeah,
you too.
And we'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, so you're on,
You'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
all right, have a good night, be careful driving home.
But ask Brenda.
Yeah, I
about
will.
next week.
Well, yeah, because I didn't realize that, I mean, I figured you were adding one.
But he doesn't mind.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I heard, it's weird.
They know I'm here.
Right.
It's been here forever.
Right, hey, that's why I was like, okay. Especially, yeah, there's not many of them that will really be. Yeah, so,
Yeah.
all right, I'll let her know. Thank you.
Take care.
You too.
Hi, I'm Mario.
Good, how are you? Good. All right, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So for exhibits that are WPC and SFR.
Yeah.
Are those inside other exhibits or are those their own separate exhibits?
So the schedules, they should be their own exhibits.
Okay, so, because like online, and these are just being made different way with Chris, but online, generally speaking, we have like all of the, laboratories, like the EOE and those are all online, but the WPC and SFR
Yeah.
are not listed there.
Yeah. So it's tricky. So if you're online,
Yeah.
if you click on the title
Okay.
of the
It should
of
be
the
there.
case, yeah, you'll see
Okay.
all those
That's what Lisa
schedules
just
pop
said, and I
up.
haven't done that yet, so I just wasn't sure, but I just wanted to double check to make sure that that's.
Oh, okay, yeah,
So
yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, I was looking for one the other day and I'm like, I have no idea where to find it. So got it.
I-
That makes much more sense.
Somebody had, when I first started here, I didn't realize
Yeah.
that either, because it
Got
kind of to look there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, because I assume that when I look there, it's like all like super administrative stuff, like appearances and like all that kind of stuff. So I was like, you know what, it's probably not.
Yeah.
Clearly I should have done that. Well, thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, yeah. I would come home and then it would be like,
It's like, hi.
Jeez,
Happy
yeah.
New Year. Yeah.
like,
Which isn't good for your relationship.
no,
but,
so
you know,
she's
fun.
a lot. She did postpartum. She liked it.
Yeah.
I'll go back. Stuff like this.
For like 2.5 weeks.
Yeah. It was nice to go. I went home on Monday. That was helpful.
Yeah.
Is that room that we were in locked? Because I left my laptop. What? Oh, really? Oh, that's our room? Yeah, that's who I did that.
Your Wi-Fi works there too, right?
Oh, good job, Dan. That's a nice touch.
Lunch would have been nice.
That was the lawyers.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you mind if I move this?
Oh, that's fine. You can do it.
So you always want to make sure your mic is on. The green light.
That's off now.
It's off when you're pushing the green light.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. And the other thing, turn it off. Let's say you have to confer each other or behind. Yeah, it's like really become because it does. It even still gets picked up on the live. Yeah. So just turn.
Sitting here.
I think he'll hang in the back.
Yeah, he's gonna hang back. You can.
You can leave it right here. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
You should not grab my flash drive now.
I have it.
I think we're good.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Buckle up.
Here I go. Just in my hand. I'm good.
The chips don't kill us.
Right, yeah, this way you're not to move.
Good afternoon. We will go back on the record. We're missing authority staff. Give us one moment. Mr. Kramer, you want to go? Oh, well, Mr. Bakari. Mr. Bakari, you're going the wrong way, sir. Oh, you had to get your tag. All right, thank you. We'll resume cross authority staff, and we're going to start here with Mr. Bakari, please. If you just check the mic, please.
Please turn to SFR, actually turn to response to RRU 56, attachment 2. Let me know when you're there.
I don't have it.
If you go to page 82, the 2001 employee median pay of 134,891. Could you quantify how much of that variable payment, or how much variable payment is included in that number?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
The 2021 median pay of 134,891.
Yeah.
How much variable payment is included in that median salary?
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. But that average number, the median pay of 184,891, that's fully loaded, is that correct?
The 134,891. I would have to check, but I don't believe it would be fully loaded, but I would need to check that.
Chairman, can we have a reading for the company to determine whether the median pay of 134,891 is fully loaded, and how much of that is, what portion of that is variable payment?
Yeah, the median pay, we normally compare the base salary and the incentive, the variable incentive. So I would suggest that with the level of that payment, that it would not be fully loaded. It would not include 401k, medical, dental, vision, etc. That for me would be base pay plus variable incentive.
Okay. By incentive, what do you mean by incentives payment?
So we have two incentive programs, one EVP or executive program, and we have a program for the rest of our employees below vice president level called the APA plan. So that they are both variable incentives, i.e. they are variable on performance. So you have to achieve a certain level of performance before they actually pay out.
Okay.
The company has to
have a certain achievement, the business would have an achievement, the individual would have an achievement.
For that same median pay of 134,891, do you know if the average compensation for those job grades of director and above are included in that median pay?
Yeah, they would be. So that's an AGR CO pay ratio. So that will look at that whole population.
Okay. Turn to OCC 186, attachment 1. Do we know how many UI or UIL employees were shifted to Avant-Grade Service Company in 2018?
In 2018?
Yes.
I thought that the major movement in from UIL or UI to ASC was in 2019 over 2020, actually.
Yes.
So there are basically movements every year, but the major movement, the major movement was, I believe, at the end of 1920. Is that correct?
December 22nd, 2019.
Okay. Do we know how many UIL and UIL employees were shifted to the service company in 2019?
I think it was between 100 and 150, but we can confirm that.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I'd say it was nearer 100 and 150. I think that's accurate.
Chairman, do we want a definitive quantification of that number of employees that were shifted from UI and UIL in 2018 to Avant-Grade Service Company?
Okay, is that something the company can provide in a read-in, or do we need a late file?
I believe we could do it in a read-in.
Thank you. I think we're up to read an in, as in Nancy. Does that sound good? Okay.
Would it be correct to say that the 2019 rate case, the revenue requirement that was aligned for 2019 included the payrolls and benefits for those employees that were shifted from UIL to Avant-Grade Service Company?
I think we would have to refer that to our revenue requirements colleagues.
Please ask that one more time. My apologies.
My submission was that would it be correct to indicate that for the 2019 rate year, the revenue requirement allowed in the 2016-0604 included both the fully loaded base pay as well as the benefit associated with the number of employees that were shifted from UIL and UI to Avant-Grade Service Company?
The revenue requirement established in the 2016 rate case, including the revenue requirement for the 2019 rate year, would have reflected the compensation and costs associated with compensation, such as benefits of the UI employee complement in that test year, with any specific adjustments that were authorized by the authority.
Okay. And the services performed by those shifted employees were no longer solely for the benefit of UI or UIL. Is that correct?
That would be correct. If someone moved to the Avant-Grade Service Company, they are performing services for all of the networks companies.
Okay. Turn to your response to RRU 270 attachment 1, please.
Sorry, did you say 217 or 270?
270.
270.
I have that.
Okay. If you look on line 28, do we know how much of the net benefit cost on line 28 were capitalized in the last rate case?
One moment. I don't have that at my fingertips. What I can say is the pension and OPEB expense established in the 2016 rate proceeding would have been established before the change in ASC 715, which adjusted the rules for what portion of pension and OPEB expense are capitalizable. As we described in the response to RRU 270, RRU 270 UI Attachment 1 provides a copy of the company's final proposed pension and OPEB expense in that proceeding, to which the authority applied subsequent adjustments.
Okay. Subject to check, if you look on page 1, line 34, is the amount on line 34 approximately 42% of the amount on line 28?
Around 43.27%.
Okay. Similarly, if you look on page 3, the amount on line 40 is approximately 42% of the amount on line 31. Is that correct?
I found the same 43.27-ish percent.
Turn to attachment 2, please.
In there?
If you go to page 2 and look at the second bullet from the bottom, the company stated that the recognition of disability benefit in 2019 resulted in reduction to the net periodic cost. Could you discuss if this reduction is also reflected in subsequent years?
That was a prospective change going forward, so yes.
If you turn to attachment 3 of the same response, subject to check, the total non-service costs for OPEB are actually credits. Is that correct?
So you're adding together in each year the interest expense, return on assets, and amortizations. And your question is, does that produce a negative number?
Yes.
One moment.
Those are the items that consist of the non-service costs, right?
Yes, I found negative numbers.
Okay.
for OPEB.
Okay. The references to attachment 2, those are for UI's actuarial report, is that correct?
Yes, our intention was for RRU 270 UI attachment 2 to provide the actuarial reports supporting the information summarized in RRU 270 UI attachment 3.
This is more like a yes or no question. The change in accounting guidance in ASU 2707, does that require income statement to be restated retrospectively when making the change for the limited capitalization of the non-service cost? When the company actually implemented the change in its financial statement, does that require income statement to be retroactively restated?
Can we take that as a read-in?
Chair, my question to the company was for them to confirm that the accounting standard reference in this response, which is ASU 2017-07, whether it require the company to restate the income statement retrospectively in the year when they implemented the change.
Just to make sure I understand what you're seeking, you're interested in whether it applied to 2018.
When did the company make this change? In 2018. Does that require retroactive restatement of?
Meaning when we published our 2018 financial statements, did we recast 2017 to reflect the service charge?
To reflect the change.
Yep. Yeah.
Is that correct?
I have to double check that, but I can get you that on a read-in.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That will be read-in O, please.
The same standard, subject to check, does not require the company to prospectively capitalize amount that we have previously capitalized in the prior years. Is that correct?
Correct. So the GAAP standard changed what used to be allowed to be capitalized,
Okay.
and is no longer the same amount is no longer allowed to be capitalized under that GAAP standard.
But you did not restate you did not remove the amount that was previously capitalized in prior period. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did companies see any conflict in that the standard you are referencing does not allow prospective capitalization of prior amount that was previously capitalized, but yet you're requesting in this proceeding regulatory asset that was allowed in 2018-19 subsequent period?
In theory, the charges that are coming through are the same in concept.
Okay.
So, and we were previously recovering them. So in our other jurisdictions had the similar issues as well, and we were allowed recovery in them as well.
Okay. Just to confirm, the company implemented the change in 2018.
Can I add that to the read-in? I'm fairly certain that's correct, but I just want to double check.
Okay.
Okay, so we can add that onto
That's
the
already know, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. The last rate case in 160604, the rate here that will be affected by the ASU 2017-07 at 2018 and 2019. Could you explain why the company is requesting regulatory asset for years subsequent to 2019.
You referenced the ASU, the accounting standards update. This is the pension service charge update.
Yes, ASU 2017-07
And you're asking why we've asked for it going forward?
for period subsequent to 2018. Your last rate year and the last rate case was 2019. Why are you requesting regulatory asset for pension and OPEB non-service costs that were not capitalized in the last rate case?
If I could just take a step back.
Okay.
Prior to this change in accounting guidance, my understanding is that all components of pension and OPEB costs were eligible for capitalization, which means the level of expense reflected in the revenue requirement established in 160604 would have been lower because more got capitalized. Following this change in accounting guidance, only certain pension and OPEB costs are eligible for capitalization, meaning all else equal, the company's pension and OPEB expense would be higher. In the 2018 timeframe, and I don't recall the exact date, the company sought approval to defer and received the approval to defer that increase in expense as a regulatory asset from the authority. So I don't know if this exactly answers your question. If I missed it, I'd be happy to revisit. But in short, the company recorded a regulatory asset to recognize the increase in expense that resulted from less pension and OPEB costs being eligible for capitalization.
If the company implemented the change in 2018 or 2019, that means for financial reporting, the company no longer capitalize non-service costs in its financial report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And also for the last rate case in 2016, 0604, the last two rate year were 2018 and 2019. Is that also correct?
Correct. The 2016 rate case established rates for the 3 rate years, calendar years 2017, 18, and 19.
Okay, thank you. Turn to your response to 269. RRU 269.
The response?
The response, not the attachment.
I have that.
If you go to part D of that response, could you explain why the SFAS assets and the liability appear to show declining trend, especially for the last 3 years?
Can you repeat the question?
My question is, why does SFAS 158 asset as well as related SFAS liability appear to be declining in the last 3 years?
You're asking, generally speaking, why the liability has been declining?
Why the liability and the related SFAS 158 assets were declining?
From a liability perspective, some of that's just normal course as people retire. Liability goes down over time. As far as the first part of the question, I'm not clear on what you're asking.
The first 158 asset, also, if you look at it, it appear to be declining. Can we pull that up? It's 269.
The FAS 158 regulatory asset is tracks along with the pension liability. So the decreases in the pension liability will result in a decreasing regulatory asset.
Okay. So RRU 253 attachment 1.
We
If
have
you-
that.
Okay, if you look on the attachment and you look on line 6, subject to check, it appears the monthly fast asset we are actually increasing. Is there explanation for this?
The regulatory asset for SFAS 158 was projected for revenue requirement purposes using the actuarial reports provided as Exhibit CBP 7 to the Comp and Benefits Panel's testimony. So the increase shown here is simply tied to the projections in that report.
Is that actually a report being filed in this proceeding?
Yeah, it was an exhibit to the Comp and Benefit Panel's testimony. My recollection is that was Exhibit
Okay.
CBP 7. And we filed updated projections relatively recently in response to a more recent data request.
And what does that updated response shows? Does that show you the fast 158 asset will be increasing within the 20 months between the end of the tax year and the beginning of the rate year?
I don't recall offhand.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Could you discuss if the ASU 2017-07 has been submitted in this proceeding? If it has, could you give me the citation?
Seeking just a copy of the accounting guidance.
Yes.
No, we did not. We did not provide that.
Can we have that as a late file?
Sure.
Okay, so that would be late file exhibit 69, which is to provide a copy of the accounting guidance for which account?
This is for ASU 27-07. This is for the OPEB and pension changes.
Thank you.
If you go back to RRU 269 again, the response, and you look at parts F and I,
I'm there.
I believe the company indicated that deferred taxes on FAS 158 were incorrectly calculated. Is that correct?
In the initial filing, yes.
Has that been updated?
It will be in the upcoming LFE 1.
Do we know which SFR schedule will be affected by the change?
Certainly Schedule B 1.0.
Okay.
There will be a small handful of additional B schedules that are also affected. Just to flow through that change.
Okay. Besides the FAS 158 assets and liability, do you know if there are other debit and credit in real base that are affected by the erroneous DIT calculation?
I think the clearest source for the corrected ADIT numbers would be our response to RRU 421, which describes the overall approach to correcting ADIT. And while we discuss the pension and OPEB piece of that here, because this question related to pension and OPEB, it's part of the same correction.
Okay. Turn to attachment 2 of that same response, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bakari, we're still at RRU 269.
269, attachment 2. If you look on line 21, I believe that's Excel row 29. Would the company be able to update this attachment to include the notation reference on those lines?
Certainly.
I think
Can you just give me one moment to review? Subject to check. I think each of the notes on lines 21, 22, 23, and 24 reference RRU 269 UI attachment 2. And I think your question is getting at the fact that that attachment has just a single page, and these reference pages 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yes.
I think they just meant to reference RRU 269 UI attachment 1.
That should be attachment 1, not attachment 2.
I think that's correct.
Is there a way to confirm and verify that?
I'll confirm as a read-in.
Okay.
Okay. Read in P. Read in P is to confirm the note reference and RRU 269 attachment.
Should be for attachment 1, not attachment 2.
We'll make sure the numbers on this attachment correspond to attachment 1.
Okay.
Apologies about that.
Turn to your response to RRU 63, attachment 1.
You said RRU 63?
Yes, please.
And the response?
That's attachment 1.
I am there.
If you read through that motion ruling, subject to check, there's nothing in that ruling that authorizes UI to accrue carrying costs on the projected reg assets as a result of accounting standard code 715. Is that correct?
I think our answer to that question would be the same as the answer to a similar question about Bridgeport a couple of days ago, that we reviewed a number of examples from the authority authorizing the inclusion of regulatory assets and liabilities in rate base at various times. We felt that the recording of carrying costs was consistent with rate-making principles, and we described that at length in the response. And we applied carrying costs consistently to regulatory assets and liabilities. But the short answer to your question is we did not find anything authorizing or precluding the recording of carrying charges on this particular regulatory asset.
Okay. Turn to the same response, attachment 2.
I'm there.
Okay. If you look on line 19, subject to check, the amount on line 19, where the amount capitalized as planned in the 2016 rate case, is that correct?
I have RRU 63 attachment 2. I'm looking at page 1. Line 19 just says amounts may not add due to rounding.
That's a completely different reference. strike that, I'm just gonna ask a general question on the amount that was included as capitalized non-service costs from 2016 rate case. Could you explain if those amounts that were included as plans have current costs recovered in rate as a result of that decision?
Could you ask that one more time?
If
Just wanna make sure I
the
follow.
amount were capitalized as plans, are they receiving return on the amount that are included in plants in service as part of the company's rate base in 2016 rate case?
Can we confer for one moment?
Okay.
Mr. Bakari, theoretically, capitalized amounts in the previous rate case would be included in rate base, as your question implies. However, while I was not part of the 2016 rate case proceeding personally, from my review of the documents submitted in that proceeding, I'm not sure that the plant in service in each rate year was projected that specifically. Rather, I suspect that the revenue requirement in that proceeding was developed by taking the test year level of plant and then an assumed level of plant additions, proposed by the company based on its spending needs and discussed throughout that proceeding and then ultimately approved by the authority. So I'm not sure it would have been as specific as your question implies, but
My question implies that any amount that was payroll or pension or any benefit that was capitalized is part of the company plant and service. Is that correct?
yes, capitalized payroll will become part of plant and service.
And plant and service become part of the company overall rate base or average rate base aligned in the last rate case.
Subject to certain timing considerations, but as we discussed a couple of weeks ago, yes, plant and service is the basis for the company's revenue
Okay.
requirement.
As a result of the implementation of the ASU 2017-07, as the company reduced its rate base to reflect the amount that the company is classifying as regulatory asset in this proceeding.
We would have only capitalized those amounts allowed based on the updated accounting guidance.
Now, my question is, as the company revise its plant and service to remove the reg asset that for which you claim we are capitalized as plant and service in 2016 rate case, for which you are requesting deferred treatment in this proceeding?
It's a good question, and I would just say again that in my review of the revenue requirement proposed by the company and adopted by the authority in the 2016 rate case, the level of plant additions was not forecast at that level of specificity. It was based on the company's judgment of the overall needs of the system and the discussion with the authority and other parties to the case that occurred at that time.
And the overall need of the system include capitalized payroll and benefits. Is that correct?
I wasn't the one who developed the company's plan and service forecast in that proceeding. As we discussed on the company's books, capitalized payroll will, with some time and
But the
consideration.
underlying assumption for these regulatory assets was that they represent capitalized benefit that should not have been capitalized as a result of changes in accounting standard. And we are going to now be treating them as regulatory asset to be recovered as expense from repair. So if they were previously capitalized as planned, and now you're treating them as expenses, subject to check, wouldn't that be a double recovery of the same amount that we already previously implanted?
It's not double recovery because when the accounting guidance changed, we stopped capitalizing those amounts for the current years. So prior to 2017, the amounts were in capital and they were capitalized.
Okay.
Then in 2017 going forward, they were not in capital. And therefore, that's why we've recorded the reg asset and are requesting them through that mechanism, which was approved by the authority back in 2018.
I think I get my answer. Thank you. Turn to schedule G 2.14. If you look at the total or the FTE on line 20, could you explain if those are UI or UIL FTEs?
Just let me take a minute to look at it real fast.
Okay.
Mr. Picard, could you just repeat the schedule reference?
This is SFR schedule G 2.14.
Could you please repeat the question? Apologies.
My question for line 20 was for the company to explain if the FTE reported on those lines are for UI or UIL.
Yeah, those are UI headcount.
Okay. If you look on line 17, could you discuss what the company meant by project FTE?
Project FTE would be our projects team that supports our UI organ company.
Okay, are those UI or UIL FTEs?
Those are UI FTEs.
Okay. Are those FTEs on line 17 subject to allocation to transmission project?
I would defer to our projects panel and our electric panel for that. So these are UI as a whole. So majority of these are distribution rates, but some of these do include some transmission.
Okay. I want to ask you a line by line item anymore. My question for you is to provide a lead file as of 2021 for each of the FTE category listed on this exhibit to indicate how many of those FTEs are related to transmission segments.
Mind if we confer for one moment?
Okay.
So these are all UI based employees. So they don't separate their time between distribution and transmission from a headcount perspective.
Yeah, but they do charge their time to transmission projects or
Yes.
distribution projects.
Okay. Based on the fact that these are FTEs, not personnel count. Could you explain if the company can decipher what portion of each of those categories is attributable to transmission?
To confirm.
Yeah, we can provide a late file on that point.
Okay.
Okay, so it's late files are at 70. We're on schedule G dash 2.2,
2-14.
2-14, 2.14, sorry. And it's for the test year, indicate the portion of time each FTE allocated to transmission.
Yes, for them to break out the test year FTE from amount attributable to transmission. Turn to response to RRU 268.
The response?
You could turn to attachment 1 and 2 as well.
One moment. I'm there.
Okay, subject to check. Generally, would you agree that the average base pay for a management FTE will be higher than that of a weekly hourly FTE?
Really sorry, but could you please repeat the question again?
My question is, generally speaking, would the base pay for a management FTE be higher than that of hourly or weekly FTE?
I would say in general, the answer to that would be yes, and it does state base pay,
Okay.
which doesn't allude to the fact there may be overtime, so I think we'd need to check that.
Okay.
But in general, the answer to that, I would say we probably need to define management, but the answer to that would be yes in general terms.
Okay. If you look at attachment 1, could you explain why the company is using the same average base pay for both management FTE as well as weekly hourly FTEs?
Can you clarify which rows you're looking at?
Looking at the column E, so just to check if you were to divide the base pay reported on line 2 and 3 by the number of FTE on line 7 and 8, you should result in the same average base pay, which means the company is using the same average base pay for both management as well as weekly hourly FTEs.
Bless you.
Bless you. Found them to be a little bit off. Trying to do some quick math here. Zoom out. I will add that in the company's response to RRU 268, Part C indicated that the starting wage for any particular FTE may vary for a number of reasons, including their experience, their level, and other factors. So rather than project the starting wage of each individual new FTE on a FTE by FTE basis for revenue requirement purposes, what we did was we used the test year average as a representative indicator.
That's exactly what I noticed, but we are talking about two classes of employees. We're talking about FTEs that are management and FTEs that are hourly and weekly employees. Why would the company be using the same average for those two classes of employees, given that the possibilities that the average management employee will have a higher average than that of
There's a lot of nuance we could have built into the calculation, certainly, and you could go down that road pretty far.
Okay.
What we did and what we felt was reasonable was just to use the test year average as a representative amount in recognition of the variability in the cost of any particular FTE due to the factors I just noted.
Does the company have information on, for the test year, at least for the total payroll related to management employees?
Yes, absolutely. We do have that information. Not in front of me, but we definitely have it.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to update attachment 1 to reflect the actual payroll for management employee and actual payroll for weekly and hourly employees. With that doable? As a late file.
Yeah, it should be.
Okay.
Okay. So late file exhibit 71 is to update attachment 1 of RRU 268 to reflect actual payroll for management and employees, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Turn to your response to OCC 156 attachment.
Are you referring to the supplemental attachment?
That's a good question. For OCC 156 attachment, let's use the supplement because my question is generic in nature.
Okay, I'm there.
Could you explain why the 401k expense for 2021 is based on 631 FTE instead of 519 that was used to calculate the base pay expense?
Subject to check. Actually, one moment. Subject have to check. I think the headcount information provided here was simply to get the breakdown between non-union and union, that ratio of the two. So if we were to apply the wage allocator of approximately 82.28% to both lines, that ratio would be unchanged.
Okay. Subject to check also, if you look at the head counts, it appeared to be declining annually. However, the 401k expense appear to be increasing annually. Is there a reason for this? Why the head count is declining?
I can't speak to the headcount piece, but as far as the 401k expense piece, the increase in expense is attributed to the fact that we froze the pension plans and UI employees get a richer 401k match formula as a result.
And in response to your question regarding the headcount decline, over the past few years, we have seen a decline through the pandemic as well as the increase in aging workforce that we've had within the organization. So we are actively recruiting for positions, but that's the reason for the decline at this point.
On average, what's percentage of an employee's salary qualify for 1K, for 401K?
It's their total compensation is eligible.
And what percentage does the company provide as benefits?
It depends on which group we're talking about. So on the non-union side, the company provides a match formula of 150% on 8 for a total of 12%. The unions have a couple of different formulas depending on what we negotiated with them.
Do you know how many of UI's employees are still on the company pension plan?
I can get that information. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Before I request for that reading, could you discuss for those employees that qualify for the company pension plan, they did not qualify for the 401k, and is that correct?
Every employee qualifies for the 401k plan.
So those legacy employees that are on the pension plan also qualify for 401k plan?
They do. They no longer have a pension benefit because we froze it, but yes, they are eligible for the 401k, correct?
So you're no longer accruing pension costs related to those employees, okay?
Correct.
Okay. Son, to your response to RRU 430, attachment 1. If you look on, okay.
I'm there.
Okay, if you look on lines 6 through 8, explain if any of those amounts include a portion that are associated with transmission sector.
They would. So my recollection is that this attachment reconciles the amount of payroll expense reflected in the revenue requirement, i.e. Schedule WPC 3.23, to the amount of payroll expense reflected on a specific page of UI's FERC form. And UI's FERC form is for UI as a whole. So one of the reconciling items is non-distribution amounts, which would include transmission. To be clear, though, the revenue requirement reflects distribution only amounts.
If you actually anticipate one of my questions is, what does the company mean by non-distribution? Does that mean those expenses allocated to transmission, GSC, SBC?
It's primarily transmission. My recollection is there are also amounts for some of those other items that you just noted.
Okay. Do we know how many FTE are associated with the non-disclosure portion?
Again, employees of UI are generally employees of UI as a whole. We don't assign specific people to specific functions. Rather, it depends on how they charge their time.
Okay. Turn to response to RRU 441.
So you said 441 attachment 1?
Yes, please.
I am there.
Could you describe how these attachments support the company assertion that the information provided therein support the calculation of the average hourly cost of an employee's jobs class?
The average, I'm sorry?
The average hourly cost of an employee job class.
One moment. RRU 441 UI attachment 1 provides the high-level calculations supporting the standard hourly rate computation and the benefit uplift embedded within that calculation. And as we describe in the response to RRU 441, the company doesn't have some of the information that was requested on a per employee basis. Rather, the company's accounting system uses a standard hourly rate approach, and the attachment that we provided is some of the support for that approach.
Okay. Avant-Garde Service Company, as well as UIL holding companies, those are the two major service companies under the AMC umbrella, is that correct?
We have 3 service companies, and underneath AMC, you are correct. Avangrid Services Company and UIL Holding Company are the 2 service companies, but there are 3 in total.
Which is the third one? Which company is the third one under the AMC umbrella?
Avangrid Management Company is a service company, Avangrid Services Company is a service company, and UIL Holding Company is a services company.
Let me just get a picture of prior testimony. Maybe I might be interpreting some of the things you guys indicated previously incorrect. AMC allocate costs to UIL and Avant-Garde Service Company, is that correct?
No. AMC only allocates costs to Avangrid Services Company as well as our renewables segment. The charges are, if you think like a waterfall with a pooling concept, Avangrid Management Company charges come down and they either go to ASC or they go to renewables. And then at the ASC level, it's another pool where ASC charges come in with the Avangrid Management Company charges that came down, and then they pool down to UIL. Well, at ASC, they go down to all of the regulated utilities, including UIL HOCO. And then it's the same concept at the UIL HOCO, which goes down to all of the UIL subsidiaries. So UI, SCG, CNG, and Berkshire.
Okay, so the answer is actually yes, but it's indirect.
Yes. So AMC can't directly charge UIL HOCO, but they can indirectly charge UIL HOCO through ASC, if that makes sense.
Okay, and they are indirectly.
Yes.
charging them. Okay, so Mr. Vicari, do you want to ask the question again? Because that was at least not how I interpreted the last response.
I think the chair question was just in line with the same question I was going to ask, if there's any direct costs flowing through UI through AMC.
Yeah, I just want to be careful on the words that we're using. So you just asked for direct charges and they're indirect charges.
But AMC charges ASC, which charges directly or indirectly to the operating companies.
ASC would not directly charge UI because ASC would need to charge UIL and then UIL would charge UI in the indirect concepts.
My review of 2021 does not support what you just indicate. I believe there are costs that are directly charged in the 2004 Form 60 from ASC directly to UIL and to UI.
There are direct charges, and there can be direct charges from different employees, but that's different from the indirect charges. The indirect charges have to go down the pools.
Okay. My next question. If you look at AMC total benefit, total cost, actually salary and benefit cost, subject to check, it was 97,675,144. Do we know how much of that was directly or indirectly allocated to UIL?
So charges generated at Avangrid Management Company or AMC, depending on what type of charges they are, have a different cost causation factor for how they allocate down to the different subsidiaries. So if you're asking generically, and all charges are different depending on what the underlying cost type is, if it just goes through the mass allocation formula, if a charge arrives at AMC to go through the mass allocation formula, about 75% of it is going to go to ASC. And then once it's at ASC, the percentages change each year, but this is going to be on a estimated basis, pretty accurate. About 30% go to UIL. And then once it's at UIL, about 65% goes to UI. And then once it's at UI, about 60% goes to distribution.
If you go to row 16, NIC, what does the company mean by NIC basic salary?
It's actually terminology used by our global parent company. It would relate to taxes. So things like social security taxes. It's actually a UK terminology.
Okay, so row 19, the 5,624,468, does that also represent taxes as well?
I would say yes.
Okay. Row 22, statutory contribution, what does that share service cost represent?
Yeah, again, it's a terminology thing. On the subheading, it says 401k. That is the line for the 401k expense.
Okay. Um, Good. So your response to RRU 259 attachment 2.
We're here.
Okay. If you go to page 38 and you look on line 123, the $70 million in the sixth column, counting from the left, does that represent the basic salary from RRU 441 attachment 1?
You said RRU 441?
Attachment 1.
It's a bit of apples to oranges. So one is the FERC Form 60 and what FERC account individuals are charging their time to versus RRU 0441 is all of the salaries,
Okay.
which include all of the FERC accounts.
So there were certain accounts that were included in 441 that are not included in 259. Is that-
Yeah, 259 is the FERC Form 60, so it's from ASC's point of view. And like I mentioned earlier, not all of the charges end up from AMC to ASC.
Turn to page 40.
We're there.
We're here.
I was ordered to check it. It appears that all of urban grid service companies' expenses are directly allocated to affiliate. Is that correct?
Mm. In this particular year for ASC in this example, yes, all of them were allocated, but not all charges are allocated down. Certain charges are held at the service companies.
Okay, that's based on your testimony, does that mean that at least for 2021, your accounting system, I don't know whether you're using SAP, does that mean the SAP or the accounting system you're using can decipher which costs go to which particular entity since they're all directly allocated?
So I misspoke. They are not all directly allocated. If you look up above, there's $276 million incurred and only $273 million were allocated. So some were maintained at ASC.
Okay. Chairman, that's all my question.
Thank you. Mr. Cadwalader?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, panel. Steve Kidwalader with Authority Staff. If I could refer you to Exhibit C-3.24A, medical benefits.
Just give us one moment, please.
Sure. Do you know if this cost is driven by claims or by premiums?
So our costs are derived by claims, the last 24 months of claims.
Okay. Do you know if these costs include the employee plus his spouse and dependents, or just the employee?
This should represent full costs.
So the employee and his dependents?
I believe that is correct.
And do you know if this cost varies by age or length of service for the employee?
It does not.
What about job title?
Nope.
And how well have PwC's projections matched reality with regard to this particular expense category?
Unfortunately, I'm not sure if anybody matched reality due to COVID and what happened over the past few years. It was as close as they could come with the unpredictability of the pandemic.
What about prior to COVID? How well do those projections match?
We had a prior actuary before that, at that point.
I'd like to add to that, if you're self-insured, then it's based on what happens in people's life. So at times, PwC can't predict that. They can only go on historical claims, as Paul has said, over 2 years. But if those claims turn into things like cancers, premature births, then you know that there can be additional costs. We have some mitigation in that through a stop loss policy, but the claims can fluctuate, and they would not see that coming. No one would see that coming.
So PwC's escalation rate, is that just for their expectation as to how medical costs will change over time?
It is. They're expecting 6.5% based on their latest report.
Now, does that include measures that the company can or has taken to reduce costs?
It does.
What role do benefits play in the collective bargaining process?
They're a significant part of the collective bargaining process. Compensation and benefits are the two key pillars of those discussions.
And what is it that what's the company's objective during collective bargaining?
To come to a good faith agreement on certain items that we are trying to position ourselves, or the union is trying to position. Depends on the negotiation.
What's driving the company? Does it have any fiduciary responsibility to ratepayers and keeping costs down?
We absolutely, yes.
Why is it that the company's cost share value for benefits higher than the industry average?
What are you referring to?
This would be on page 34 of the compensation benefits panel pre-filed testimony.
Page 34 of the testimony. 1 second, please.
That's right.
Just give us a moment to get to that page. Thank you.
Sure.
Never mind. She has it. Thank you. I'm ready.
I was wondering why the company's cost share value for benefits was higher than the industry average.
I'm sorry, where does it say that exactly?
Talks about percentages, I think 103% or something like that.
We were about right there, market competitive. We were right about, even with the market. We weren't, over or under competitive really. It was pretty tight to.
The way I read the testimony was that the industry average was like at 86% or something like that. Did I misread that?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Could you refer us to the exact page that you have there so that we can look at the testimony and give an answer? Thank you.
Yeah, what page is that? Page 29. Sorry about that. Yeah, it says the combined non-union employee benefit program cost share, 89.2% is 103.5% of the combined industry cost average share value, which is at 86.2%.
That's what the analysis showed, correct?
So the benefits are a little richer than the industry average for UI. Is that the correct reading of that?
So can I take that? So we work closely with PwC in terms of the cost share. You've also got, so there's different angles here. You've got what it means to the employee in terms of that cost share. So we're trying to optimize the employer cost, the employee cost, trying to keep that stable. But we've also got a large proportion of union workforce. So anything we change in there would be negotiated. So there's a large downward pressure, I guess, on the company because we would have to go forward in a union negotiation to change that. But we do look at what that split is of company cost versus of employee cost. I think that's what you're referring to. What share of these medical bills do the employees actually pay versus what the company pay? And we try and optimize that so that the employee doesn't take a bigger burden, the company that, we're trying to balance that, which is a delicate balance because we don't want to overburden the employee. We equally don't want to overburden the company and the customer. So we're trying to balance that based on data and advice from PwC.
Okay, thank you. If I could refer you to Schedule C-3.24B, dental and vision coverage.
Okay,
And I assume these costs are driven by claims as well, as
Correct.
opposed to premiums.
correct. We're self-insured plan, so it's claims, not premiums.
And do you know if, I assume that it also includes the spouse and dependents for the employee?
Correct.
And have you found it to vary by age or length of service, those costs,
That's not how they're derived, no.
or by job?
No, sir.
And again, do you not have any projections? Do you not have any data on how the PwC projections have matched reality in this case as well?
I don't. PwC started in 2019. I do not have that.
I think I also look after some of the payroll cost reporting. So at an Avangrid level, they are very, very close. So we get a budget from them, and obviously a high proportion of our plans are self-insured. There are an element that are insured, and there's premiums, but at an Avangrid level, it's very close. It does depend on the opco, and that will then depend on the demographics within each opco, and what happens in those opcos in terms of those individual employees. But at an Avangrid level, I could confirm that projection is very close. In the COVID years, we saw less because people were not, unfortunately, were not visiting doctors, etc. That bounced back the following year. But in 2022, that number is very close.
Okay, thank you. And again, does a 3% escalation rate for those costs, does that include steps the company has or can take to reduce its costs?
It does. And PwC's report reflects that our expected increase is less than the market trend of 6.5%. So
Can I add just to what Paul said? So what we actually do is we actually ask PwC, what does it look like to be fully insured versus self-insured? Because I want to reduce the cost, trust me, and I want to give it back to the customer when we can. So the answer to that is, for vision, they said, actually, we've got a good deal for you. So we're going to flip the vision from self-insured to insured for no additional cost. But actually, the thing that I like is that passes the risk off. So risk is brought down. We don't get the self-insured claims. We have a premium, but the costs are pretty similar. So that's a good thing. So we do every year we have these discussions. We're looking to optimize what PwC would tell you, because we've asked the question, what does it mean to be fully insured to mitigate the full risk? And their answer is, well, firstly, no one does it because it's cost v risk, and secondly, it's 15 to 20% on top of what we pay today.
Okay, and that decision has been made and is reflected in this rate filing?
Yes.
If I could refer you to Schedule C dash 3.24E, workers' compensation expense.
Okay, what's the question?
The question is, there's a 4% escalation factor there that's said to be the midpoint of some range. Do you know what the range is that's the midpoint of?
We would have to check that. We would have to check where that range would be. It doesn't state. We would need to check that and come back to you on that.
We could have a read in on that, Chairman.
Sure. So read in Q. And we're asking for the range referenced in Schedule C-3.24E.
Sorry, could I interrupt? Sorry, this is the knowledge of the proceeding. We may need to check that with some of our colleagues, so we may not be able to give you that answer today.
Okay, whenever it comes in.
Thank you.
And do you know what that 4% escalation rate is based on?
I don't.
Is this something that PwC determined for the company?
Not to my knowledge, but there are other consultants involved. So what we would do is we will check that, and we would like to come back to you on that.
Okay. And if
we just add that to the late file? Or, I'm sorry, the read-in.
Sure, the basis for the 4% escalator, please.
And also whether that rate includes measures that the company can or has taken to reduce costs.
Yeah, what I would say on that is we are instigating a strategic review of workers' comp to make sure we have the right cost level, the right technology, the right resources, etc. So that's something we are going to do as a proactive measure, something that we're sponsoring within the HR department, but we've not done it yet. But that's something I would note that we are going to do.
And
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mr. Cadwallader. You haven't done it yet. What you just described.
That's correct. What we're doing a little bit of restructuring, so this is now fallen into my area. It just so happens that we've asked a question about. It is probably fine. I think our claims record actually is pretty good. We've got some data on that, but I think it's right and just that we actually ask as we do, is it at the right level? So I've asked that question and I want to find that out. I think everything is good, but I think that's something as a company we would like to do is just review, benchmark and make sure that we do have the optimal cost level.
And when is that study slated for and how long will it take, please?
It's slated to be done this year. We need to get an internal approval for that. We have a consultant that we actually went through a little bit of an RFI. We do have a consultant that we would like to engage with. So I would like to get that off the ground in the next quarter.
Okay. And why wasn't that done prior to asking for the escalator?
I can't answer that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So for read and Q, we'll ask for the range referenced in Schedule C-3.24E, the basis for the 4% escalator, and the list of things the company has done. And if that cannot be done as a read-in before the end of the proceeding, we can translate it to a late file at a later time. Okay. Mr. Cadwallader, please.
Just one final question. The study that you plan to do this year, is the expectation that may reduce costs related to workers' compensation?
Yeah, you know what consultants are like. They'll tell you that, but I'd like to test that and just make sure that it does. So I don't want to answer that at the moment, but my expectation would be that we will review that and see what cost efficiencies are there, if any. But that is definitely something we want to do.
Great, thanks. Chairman, that's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Cadwalder. We're going to begin with Mr. Kramer's cross, and we may take a break halfway through. So, okay, Mr. Kramer, please.
Good afternoon. Chairman Gillette, Vice Chairman Bukowski. Hello, panelists. My questions focus largely on executive compensation, and I'd like to start with reference to the pre-filed testimony for the panel. And in the pre-filed testimony, the testimony describes non-union employees' total compensation amounts for 2021 as in line with and somewhat below comparable national market median data adjusted for geographic differences. That's page 12, starting about line 17. And my question is if the company's executive compensation is similarly in line with and somewhat below comparable national median data.
Yeah, in terms of, I can talk about Avangrid level and specifically the CEO of UIL. So we have a governance system that basically we have to go forward to a compensation committee. So Avangrid is a board affiliated committee called a compensation committee who reports to the board of Avangrid effectively, and we have to do a benchmark study every year. So this is something we have publicly stated. We will do a benchmark study for our executives across Avangrid. And what that benchmark study done by Aon shows you is it looks at percentiles. So it looks at 25th, 50th, 75th percentile. And it says, we see where our executives sit within that. And our target is to be at the median. And I would say from the recent study, we're below the median.
Does that study look at the base compensation, the incentive compensation, both, or does it not distinguish?
No, it actually looks at 3 factors. It looks at base salary, variable incentive, and long-term incentive.
Okay, and where your company ranks on that, does it differ when you isolate those factors?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So I would say and I'm thinking back to the most recent study, I'm going to do this off the top of my head, I can refer to something, but I'd say versus median base pay, if I take all those executives, I think it's about 85% of the median. If I look at the variable incentive, I think it's something like 67%. And if I look at LTIP, it's a long way off. We're a lot lower because of the mechanism we have on LTIP.
Okay, thank you. And to confirm, what would be the source data for such a comparable national median?
Well, we for what I'm describing, it's actually what they call a peer group. So you have an agreed peer group. We actually have 16 similar utilities that do the same types of work that we do. And we use that to get a direct comparison with those utilities on the basis that we could lose executives to those utilities, so it's a direct comparison that we do with utility sector.
Okay. And you may have in part addressed some of my next question, which is, again, referring to the pre-filed testimony. The company uses market surveys to inform decision-making across UI and the networks companies in setting market-based compensation levels. So can you please describe specifically how the survey data informs the establishment of executive compensation for UI and for its parent companies?
Yeah, so basically we have so in compensation, we have a process. So if a job comes up for, let's say, assessment, so we actually use a tool called pay factors. And within pay factors, you have a lot of benchmark data from very reputable companies like Mercer, Willis Towers Watson, and Aon again. And I'll give you an example. So I was looking at one the other day there, and if you look at like a compensation manager, there's maybe something like 300 jobs in there to look at. There's a vast amount of data in there. We typically, we look for a match of about 70% or more. You know, we want to find the exact job in that database. So we strive to find a very comparable job. We look at those benchmarks. So that is a very rigorous process that we undertake. If I think about comp actually in general, I was thinking about this driving here because I've been involved with benchmarking, and I don't think there's an area that has more benchmarking than compensation in terms of what we do just to sense check, make sure it's at the right level. Because it's about attracting and retaining. It's about making sure we get the optimal cost for the company and the customer. You know, so it is a delicate balance that we have.
Okay, so if I understand it correctly, the survey data is used to find comparable jobs. Then those survey databases look for benchmarks. And then what? From that point, when you have a benchmark, how are compensation decisions made?
So we would work with hiring managers to make sure that fits with what they're. So say it's a hiring decision, we would say, look, here's the pay ranges for that hiring decision. We would also look at internal equity, you know, because we may already have some of these employees, so we look at internal equity at that point. Because that's a delicate balance as well, because what we don't want to do is tip the balance against internal employees. So we're taking into account all these factors before we actually make a final decision on a salary for a job.
Okay. And again, that decision making accounts for the factors you're describing of the benchmark, internal equity, and then the broader target about being at or below the national median.
Yeah, and it's got to take into account experience and the education, etc. So, you know, there's a lot of factors that the team would take into account.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to turn to Schedule G-2.12.
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. So here, 5 executive positions are listed in the schedule and are indicated to have compensation charged to UI. Do these 5 executive positions represent an exhaustive list of the executive positions from any of UI's parent companies with compensation charged to UI and recovered through rates?
No, those are named executive officers that are part of what we would file through a that's what it looks like to me. They're the proxy named executive officers.
Okay.
And one of them was renewables, which wouldn't be charged to UIL at all.
Okay. In that case, I would ask for, if this is not already included in an interrogatory response or an exhibit, which I don't believe it is, but can you please provide as a late file exhibit an exhaustive list of the executive positions from any of UI's parent companies with compensation charged to UI and proposed to be recovered through its distribution rates?
Mr. Kramer, have you reviewed our responses to RRU 250 and 251?
Yes, I have.
That was what I was thinking of when you asked your question. Is there something outside of what we provided in there that you're seeking, or?
So could you tell me which of those is an exhaustive list of the executives that have compensation charged to UI and recovered through distribution rates, or proposed to be recovered through distribution rates?
They're by service company. So one is the list for the executives at the UIL level, and then the 251 is at the ASC and AMC level.
Okay, so those two interrogatory responses combined are an exhaustive list of the executive positions with compensation proposed to be recovered through distribution rates for UI.
Do you mind if we confer for one moment?
Please.
Yeah, it's Diane.
Yes, from what I can see, Mr. Kramer, the team have taken a large list of senior executives of Avangrid and have allocated it on that the RRU 251. So there's an allocation being done. I don't know
Okay.
does that answer your question?
I don't know, Chairman.
Yeah, so, all right, I'm struggling a little bit because I see that the company has continued to file redacted versions of this, and I think we'll have to take that up on a break because I'm not entirely sure why there are still redactions being shown in 250 and 251, as I think we denied or intended to deny protective treatment to that. But let me, for now, try to ask this question without challenging that. So do I understand the company's response just now to indicate, so 251, RRU 251 has the exhaustive list of executives from the management company and the service company that are allocated to UI customers, and the percentage of the total fixed and variable compensation allocated to UI customers is what's shown in column F. Is
That is correct.
okay. And so what's the difference, please, with respect to RRU 250? It's just a different view of the same information.
My recollection is it's the company which employs those executives. I think RRU 250 was the UIL. But let me just take one moment to review and confirm that.
I believe that's correct, Chairman.
Okay, so thank you. So RRU 250 plus 251 would be the exhaustive list of UIL management and service company executives allocated to customers, UI customers.
Correct.
Okay, so there are no further at the UI level, there are no further executives or officers at UI.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. Thank you. And so between those two spreadsheets, we have the percentage of compensation allocated to UI distribution customers. Is there a differentiation that the company is drawing in those column Fs when it calculates the percentage of compensation allocated to UI distribution? I just take it to be a 40. I don't think this column is marked protected, but if I'm reading 251 line row 8, the CEO of Avangrid, you're allocating 8.8% to UI customers. And I take it that 8.8% is of the total. And so my question is there a distinction that the company draws between whether the percent allocated to UI customers is coming from fixed or variable, or it's just generally the total?
If we could just confirm momentarily.
Okay.
I think we assume this. What's demonstrated here is the theory that I walked through earlier with that Massachusetts formula of the flow through of charges. What could happen in some instances is people can direct charge. Like, for example, all of us right here, right now, need to direct charge UI and make sure it's not going in through rates. And this doesn't represent any direct charging that may have happened.
Okay, so there's an additional amount that is direct charged to UI customers.
Not necessarily, because there could be instances where folks are direct charging another utility and less of the allocation is going to UI customers. So if we have someone who makes $100,000 a year and they were working 20% on one of another subsidiary and direct charge their time, 20% of that $100,000 or $20,000 would go to the sub that they direct charge their time, and the only $80,000 left over would be what was allocated.
I appreciate that distinction, but what I think I'm hearing you say is that would affect the profit margins after the fact for those individual companies, because for our purposes here, the company is asking to set a revenue requirement based on an allocation of 8.8%.
Or 12, yes, correct. Yeah,
Okay.
but we could run this schedule with the same individuals with where they actually charged their time in the prior year. Most are gonna be this allocation formula, but there could be some differences.
Okay, I think I'm gonna ask you to do that, but let me just ask a clarifying question on what you just said. So if they're charging their time actually different, then where did the 8.8 come from? The Massachusetts formula?
The Massachusetts formula, yeah, it's generally very consistent with what the actuals are. We can run it for you, you can see, but there's not gonna be.
Okay. I mean, I'm not entirely trying to be flippant here, but we think that the CEO of Avangrid charged $609,000 worth of time to UI last year. I mean, that's like.
That would be that what's shown in the schedule is the allocation. So of his total compensation, 75% went to networks, then the 30% goes to UIL, and then the 65% goes to UI, and then it's split, and that's how you get to the 8.8.
Okay. So I'm supposed to interpret this that he spent 9% of his total time 8.8% of his total time last year.
Working on UI distribution.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then can we rerun RRU 251 and RRU 250 with actuals from the test year, please? And then we'll mark that late file exhibit 72. And then the last clarification I would have is, Mr. O'Neill, I think you talked about 3 components to compensation: fixed, variable, and I'm sorry, what was the third? Long-term?
Yeah, the long-term incentive plan would only apply to senior executives of Avangrid. And sometimes it goes below that for retention of critical staff who we cannot afford to lose. But it is a vehicle that's used for executives.
Okay, and I'm not seeing that in this chart, but I am assuming that some of these qualify. Is that accurate?
Give me a second just to check something. Yeah, in terms of that, the column is obviously headed total variable, so I would like to check that LTIP is in there. I think we would need to do that.
Okay, thank you. So for now, can we mark it as read in R? And I'd ask that for confirmation that LTIP is included in the total variable compensation column. But then separately, when we're rerunning RRU 250 and 251 for the test year, I would appreciate if the company can indicate which of these positions are receiving LTIP.
Chairman,
Yes,
could I make
please.
an alternative recommendation for the late file presentation?
Mhm.
For your consideration, instead of rerunning 251 and 250 in that format, I would propose taking the positions from 250 and 251 and presenting them in the same format as Schedule G-2.12, which includes additional detail that shows the short and long-term compensation components that you're asking for, and it also includes the test year, and then it also shows the breakdown for rate years 1, 2, and 3. And so I think that would give us a complete perspective of the exhaustive positions in the test year, and then additionally the proposed recovery amounts for years 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. So late file exhibit 72 is to present the positions from RRU 250 and 251 in the format of Schedule G-2.12.
Thank
you.
Chair Gillette, just to clarify on that, so we did determine, the company did, in response to the authority's ruling on motion number 48, file an updated redacted version on January 24th.
I see that. It's still almost entirely
Well,
redacted.
it's unredacted for the amounts relating to the named executive officers because they're the only ones whose compensation information would be public. The balance of those are people below that level whose compensation amounts are not disclosed publicly. And the person, yeah.
Allocation percentage as well.
Mr. Vaughn's reminding me. So it's the dollar amounts and the totals, but the allocation percentages are shown.
I appreciate that, and we'll take that back under advisement with my staff. I'm not entirely sure that that's what we meant to signal. I mean, is the company willing to concede at a minimum that the total amount at the bottom is? I mean, I'm not entirely sure what the.
I think 251, just to clarify.
Hold on, Mr. O'Neill.
Sure.
I think the total probably should have been. Yeah, I think the total probably should have been unredacted. The total balance of the last line, as we're looking at it now, it's really just the individual line items for the unnamed, the officers who are not named executive officers in the proxy filing and such.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Let's take that back up after the break. And we can go. Let's take that back up at the break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think my next question is going to be subject to the late file exhibit 72. But just to confirm, in Schedule G-2.12, as it appears now, the amount of compensation charged to the utility in column J for the 3 rate years listed, if you took those subtotals for each rate year and added them together, that is the total amount of executive compensation proposed to be recovered over the period.
The title of Schedule G 2.12 is UI Total Company Executive Compensation, so there would be a distribution allocator that you would also have to consider. It would be the last percentage Ms. Van Lilling described, the approximately 60% distribution.
That's why there's a difference of the 15.4 and the 13.54 of the other schedule. It's allocation to D.
Okay. So to be clear, column K is just the amount of compensation charged to the utility, not necessarily what's proposed to be recovered through distribution rates.
Correct.
And that instead is found on 250 and 251.
Correct.
Okay. So I do need to make an amendment then to the late file request, which is to add that additional allocation factor to the presentation in Schedule G-2.12.
Should be no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Kramer, I apologize. Add which allocation factor?
It's the allocation factor, roughly the Massachusetts formula that's shown in RRU 250 and 251 attachments attachments 1, excuse me, that additional 8.8 or 12.08 allocation factor.
Thank you.
Okay. And I guess I would ask, in terms of the application of the Massachusetts allocation formula here, and then the additional increase or decrease according to direct charges for executives' time, how did the company determine that that was the appropriate way to account for and and allocate executive compensation?
The Massachusetts formula? How did we determine that that's the right way? So that is the generally accepted formula for applying salaries that's used really across the industry, as well as best reflects how people actually spend their time and who's benefiting from their time. So we've spent a lot of time analyzing and making sure that the people who are using the Massachusetts formula really should be using the Massachusetts formula, that they do provide services to all of the entities. And if we have any one-offs or items that are occurring, make sure we clearly communicate that to employees that they need to charge their time separately to make sure that the charges are going to the right entities.
So following that, then, is it the case that these executives are tracking their time, and then there's a reconciliation process to show that, in fact, they are spending about 8.8 or 12.08% of their time?
We don't do separate studies, like time studies for the executives, but we do send out reminders, make sure that you are still an ASC employee and you're providing services to all of the ASC entities, or the same with AMC. And then we do ask general questions of if you don't fall into, we make sure people understand like the rough percentages that go to each entity. And if you don't fall into that, we set up separate codes so you can have a different code to charge your time accurately.
Okay, thank you. My next question on Schedule G-2.12 is, what is included in the other category, column H? For some executives, this is a material number. I'm sorry. Do I have the right column reference? Yes, H, other.
A moment, we're just looking it up. So if you refer to RRU 0056, page 65 of the PDF, the all other compensation, you can see for the 370,138 that's referenced there, there's a footnote 5, and it outlines what that is comprised of. So for the CEO, that was $264,856 in relocation expenses, $76,032 in tax gross up on the relocation expenses, and $29,250 in employer contributions to the Avangard Inc. 401k plan. And then it outlines the other individuals that are on that schedule and what those numbers are comprised of.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. My next question, note 3, indicates that disallowed amounts of incentive compensation per docket number 130119 have been eliminated through the test year. What are those disallowed amounts of incentive compensation?
%, sure, and we'd be happy to take a read-in to confirm. Our suspicion is that this is a stale footnote from when this compliance filing was first instituted.
A read-in would be great.
We'll make sure.
Okay, let's read in S, please.
For that read-in also, could you please indicate whether, if it is stale, well, actually, whether it's stale or not, whether those disallowed amounts have been included or excluded in rate years 1 through 3?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. My next question is about just to make sure that I understand the difference between the Massachusetts allocation factor that we see in the response to interrogatories 250 and 251, and the percentage of compensation charged to the utility in Schedule G-2.12. If you said this earlier, I apologize, but how is the 15.4% or the 21.06% indicated here in Schedule G? How is that determined that that's the proportion to charge to UI?
So that, those are all for different years. Oh, so that's for 2020, and then there's an amount that's different for 2021. So annually, we update the Massachusetts formula. There's a Massachusetts formula that's used at AMC, there's a Massachusetts formula that's used at ASC, and there's a Massachusetts formula that's used at UIL-HOCO. And so each year those are updated, and depending on, there's 3 factors that go into that Massachusetts formula. And depending on where the percentages fall out, that's what we use for the year. And we did provide data responses that include the Massachusetts formula calculation.
Okay, which would indicate how the 13.54, 18.58 were
Exactly was derived, yep. And those 2 numbers that you just quoted, like we mentioned earlier, are for UI, not UI distribution.
Thank you. Okay, I will move my questions on to the response to RRU 250. And we've addressed one of my first questions through the conversation about kind of reconciling these attachments with Schedule G. So thank you for that. But my first question directly on this response is it accurate to say that UI executive short-term incentive plans are based 40% on parent company performance? That is 20% Avangrid objective performance and 20% networks objective performance, with the remaining 60% based on individual performance metrics?
Yes, it is accurate.
Okay. And is the remaining 60% based on individual performance or UI's performance as a whole?
Individual objectives related to his job at UIL. Okay. So things like customer, things like D&I, things like health and safety, for example.
Okay. And is that uniform for individuals, or how customized might that set of metrics and the proportionality of that be?
Yeah, for vice presidents reporting to management committee members, that has been pretty standard. There have been some subtle changes to that over the last year, but that's been a standard mechanism. It is subject to review, but yeah, I would say yes, over the last few years, that's pretty standard.
Okay. My next question relates the response for RRU 250 to the response to UPA 005, UI attachment 1.
Yeah, could I just go back to the last question?
Mhm.
Yeah, on those 20% or 200 points, there are at the Avangrid level networks type metrics. So if you look at items like SAIDI and SAFE, which are direct customer metrics looking around reliability, then there are elements like that in those Avangrid metrics. So although they're, in fact, actually it could be a double hit in a sense, because they're at the Avangrid level, they're at the networks level, and then you may even take some of them into your own objectives as well.
Okay, so to make sure I understand, a metric like SAIDI or SAFE, the performance against that metric could cascade through the various levels of your short-term incentive plan.
Yeah, it could, because of the importance of the customer and the customer metrics and reliability to the company. Then we would take it at Avangrid level and the networks business level, because Avangrid CEO will have an element of customer in his objective, so that gets shared. So if we didn't hit this is why we talk about at risk. You know, if that didn't get hit, then if you didn't hit that, then you get a share of the fact that you've missed those points.
Can we go back a second to the 60%? I'm sorry, Mr. Yeah, I may have just missed what your answer there was. What specifically is the 60% comprised of, please?
So the 60, in fact, give me a second. I'll just
Okay.
should be able to load up a set of objectives. Give me a second.
Thanks.
So for CT, the Connecticut president, as I would call him, so it's basically a scorecard type approach. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 categories of that 600 points. Of the 600 points, 140 are UIL network financial targets, which is subsequently broke. Do you want me to go through these line by line, or?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So they're broken into 3. So basically that 140 points is shared. 49 points of it is the UIL company business area targets in relation to net income. And then 49 points is the UIL business area net operating expense. And then there is a metric on, basically it's a customer metric around penalties for 42 points. Then under business performance, there is plant additions and rate base, which are 70 points. And then there is company performance metrics for UIL, which are 70 points. There's a growth, growth and regulatory tranche, which is worth 100 points. So there's innovation, execution of innovation projects, execution of electric vehicle and battery. So there's growth there. And then there's execution of the rate case. And then, do you want me to keep going, or?
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Please.
No, keep going. Yeah. Engage. So the next one is about employee engagement. So the president has an objective on engaging with employees in the UIL company, which is worth 50 points. And then we have some critical safety measures, which are basically 50 points over total recordable incident rate for employees and subcontractors. Then we have some stakeholder metrics around legislative and community engagement. So obviously that's key that the president engages with the communities that we work within. He also has customer journey redesign. So we're looking at the customer journey, making that actually more efficient and better for customers. And then a volunteering, we have a volunteering program because again, we want to support the communities that we operate in. So that total is 60 points. And then there's a leadership objective for the remaining 60 points. So around communication and transparency, around effective leadership and confidence in leadership. And then the final is diversity, equity, and inclusion. So as you can see, it is not all financial by any means. It is a scorecard-based approach on various aspects of running the business.
Can I just follow? Thank you. I appreciate you walking through that. Can I just follow up on a few of those? When you said customer, I think it was 42 points, customer penalties. So we're talking about penalties that Pura assesses.
So basically the metric is to reduce the number of customer type complaints. It's a customer driven metric, so that we want to reduce that. That's critical to us, to reduce the number of complaints.
Okay, thank you. I thought I heard you use the word penalty there. So is the levying of civil penalties factored into that one, or maybe the regulatory line?
Yes, it's factored into that.
Into both, or the regulatory line?
Any penalties that would be assessed from any of the regulatory bodies would be factored into the net income line as well as the regulatory penalties line item.
Okay, thank you. Are they assessed only once the company pays and concedes them, or are they assessed like while they're on appeal?
By paid and conceded.
Oh, okay. So does the company concede that there's a perverse incentive for the president to appeal penalties?
I should have rephrased. They're assessed when they're recorded. So then they're recorded when they're probable. So things that are on appeal may have been recorded.
If I could also add, these, I think this is the UIL CEO job scorecard. Yeah, so this would include the gas companies. As you know, Madam Chair, certainly call before you dig penalties would be included in this category.
Right.
And certain other, field incidents, I'm sure. So I don't think this category is just limited to, 1641 type penalties that you may be referring to here.
Okay, thank you. So they're recorded when they're considered probable, and who makes the determination as to whether they're probable?
It's a joint decision between the business and accounting.
Okay.
It's the accounting requirement.
Thank you. All right. And then on the line for rate case, is that like scored based on the company's achievement in full of their application, or is it scaled according to how much you get of what you asked for?
It's scored on meeting filing milestones, so we have to meet the milestones based on like the schedule of dates, etc. that you guys give. We have to meet them.
Okay, so like the times that the company missed filing a timely motion for extension, for example, those are points subtracted?
I would need to clarify that. I'm quoting from this document. It says we have to meet all of the milestones, but we can check that.
I appreciate that. So there's no quality of the product or quality of the application built in here. It's just simply, did I meet the milestone of the filing?
I would like to check that, not to my knowledge from what I'm reading.
Okay, thank you. On the legislative community engagement, does that document speak to whether you're using the term legislative engagement as it's defined in statute, Congen Stat 1-91?
I'm not aware of that. We would need to check that again.
Okay. Okay, all right, we can move on for now. Actually, Mr. Kramer, I think this is a good time for our break. So, we can take a break and we'll come back in, 10 minutes, please. Attorney Riley, can you see me outside, please? Okay, and go back on the record. Attorney Venora, I just want to go back to this protective order for RRU 250 and 251. I think it was motion ruling 48. Is the company prepared to refile those exhibits at a minimum, disclosing the totals in RRU 250 and 251?
Yes, as I look at that, those line items should have, like, the total numbers did not need to be redacted in our refiling. So yes, we can do that.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, when we say totals, like the whole row for
The bottom line items, correct, that total row, which would have the, for the values for each, the sum of the values for each of those columns.
Okay, and if I recall correctly from the company's protective order request, the concern as I read it was with respect to the company's decision and how they decided to split between the fixed and variable compensation for each officer. But are you suggesting that the concern is over the amount that would show in column G of 251?
G. I'm looking at 251. I don't see I'm looking at the PDF version, so I don't see a column G.
Okay, the far right column labeled amount of compensation allocated to utility.
Yeah, that would, because we're not redacting the percentages, it allows you to back into total compensation if we're showing the allocated portion. So somebody who can do math, which wouldn't be me, could take that number and apply the percentages to get to the total compensation column, fixed plus variable.
Okay, let's do this. I'll ask that the company refile RU 250 and 251, disclosing the values in the total officers line. I want to revisit I'm going to take under advisement and revisit to make sure that the company has sustained its burden with respect to protecting the amount of compensation allocated to UI, which is in column G. And well, we may take this up first thing tomorrow. But I would ask that the company refile for now those two exhibits with the total amount disclosed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we're going to resume with cross from Mr. Kramer, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, so Mr. O'Neill, before the break, you were enumerating a set of metrics for the role of president. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And my next question relates to the company's response to UPA 005, attachments 1 and 2. And in attachment 2, there's a set of specific objectives and the proportionality of of impact for each of these different metrics. And these are not identical to the numbers that you were describing, but that's because these are this is a template that you provided in response, and it might vary for each individual officer. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And for the ESG portion of the compensation metrics, I guess my question is, how do these ESG metrics contribute to quality service for customers or other customer benefits?
So you're talking about things like sustainable suppliers?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess for me, sustainable suppliers is about the communities that we operate in. You know, we're trying to get a wider, more diverse range of organisations that we work with. Example, maybe women-owned organisations. So that's a clear goal of ours, that alongside our internal diversity, equity and inclusion metrics, we also want to broaden our supplier base so that we can look like the communities that we serve.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back away from UPA 005 and back to RRU 250 on the topic of long-term incentives. The company describes executive long-term incentives as dependent on Avangrid performance, with the component parts being 35% from the Avangrid adjusted net income, 35% from relative TSR, and 30% from sustainability projects. This is for long-term incentives. So first, can you confirm that TSR, just because it wasn't defined in the response, is the acronym for total shareholder return?
That is correct.
Thank you. And so then is it accurate to say that 70% of long-term incentives for UI executives are based on the company's financial performance and 30% on performance of sustainability projects?
That is correct.
Thank you. And is it accurate to say that UI executive long-term incentives are based on Avangrid performance and not specifically on UI performance?
All executives that are in the LTIP plan are based on these three Avangrid components.
Thank you. For my next questions, I'll reference interrogatory responses for RRU 251 and RRU 432. So we've spoken about the allocation factors applied for executive compensation to then flow down to UI and to distribution rates proposed. And I have I noticed in these two responses, 2 of the 5 positions that are common between them reflect different percentages of compensation allocated to UI. So for the position president and CEO of Avangrid Networks, it reflects an 8.8 allocation factor to UI in attachment 1 for RRU 251, while the position reflects 12.08 allocation for UI distribution in attachment 1 of RRU 432. Similarly, for the senior vice president, actually inversely, I think, for the senior vice president and general counsel Avangrid position reflects a 12.8 allocation factor to UI distribution in RRU 251, while the position reflects an 8.8 allocation to UI distribution in RRU 432. Are you seeing, am I reading this discrepancy correctly?
We're trying to follow along.
Okay, sorry.
So
you're specifically looking at the president and CEO of Avangrid Networks.
That's correct.
Yeah, she is an ASC employee, and that should be the 1208.
Okay. And also for the senior vice president and general counsel Avangrid, I'm seeing 12.8 allocation factor in RRU 251 and 8.8 allocation factor in RRU 432.
That should be an 8.8. He's an AMC employee.
Okay. So I think in the late file exhibit, what's the number? 72. that we, 72, could you please correct those allocation factors?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would you mind in that same exhibit if we check the rest of them just to make sure that there are no other discrepancies?
Please do. Thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Van Lilling, if, in LFE 72, if you can somehow denote the lines that are being corrected, please.
Yep.
Okay. We spoke about the Massachusetts formula. I had another question, but I think that's been addressed. But just to confirm, for RRU 432, the percentage allocated from Avangrid executive compensation to UI distribution rates is determined using the Massachusetts formula.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And can you please walk us through the specific math for that 8.8 and 12.08 allocation factor shown in RRU 432 UI attachment 2?
Attachment 2?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
When you say walk you through the specific math, RRU 432 UI attachment 2 lists the Massachusetts formula at each level that Ms. Van Looling walked through. And so the math is just to multiply all of those percentages together.
Thank you. That's what I was asking for. Okay. My next questions are still related to RRU 432 and also RRU 251. In the response to both of these interrogatories, the company indicated that it does not have by-person details of Iberdrola executives because their salaries are reflected in a cost allocation and not on a by-person basis. Where is the Iberdrola executive compensation allocation amount represented?
It is not in any of these schedules. That is reflective in the corporate services charge. And so that's governed by an agreement that we have between AMC and Iberdrola that separately outline any charges that they are allowed to charge to AMC. I believe we provided that in a data response, but I don't know the number off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, you provided what in the data response? The agreement?
The agreement.
Okay, and the corporate, the amount that Iberdrola charges through that shared services charge, have you provided that?
I am fairly certain we have provided that, particularly the piece that ends up through the pooling formulas to UI, but I can double check for you and make sure we have and get you that reference.
Thank you. Can we make that reference, that read in T? But I guess the follow-up question to that for me anyway, is earlier I thought I'd understood you, Ms. Van Lilling, to indicate that that everyone tracked their time. I'm gathering that doesn't flow up to Iberdrola.
No, there's two-way charges between AMC and Iberdrola. Iberdrola do charge AMC, and then we do have certain activities that we charge back to Iberdrola. And so that's not necessarily done like on a time tracking, but it's done more through what I'll say is like informal studies. But each group will come up with a list of things that they're doing that are only benefiting Iberdrola, and we accumulate those costs and we bill Iberdrola for those costs.
Okay, so what is Iberdrola billing down to that pulls down to UI?
Sure. So that they provide services similar to the types of services that are outlined in our cost allocation manual that are outlined in that service agreement between Iberdrola and AMC. And those are the services that are billed to AMC.
Can you give me an example or a reference to the cost allocation manual page, please? Or do you
Sure.
want to include that in the read-in?
I think it's, one sec. It is EOE 002 attachment 1. That's the cost allocation manual for ASC and UIL.
Okay, and you're representing that cost allocation manual is similar or identical to the one that Iberdrola uses?
No, I'll provide you with the one, if we don't, I believe we've already provided, but I'll provide you with that reference. And the one between Iberdrola and AMC does outline those types of services that are provided.
Okay, and then the read-in will be how much of that corporate charge is representative of Iberdrola compensation? That
we don't know the compensation, but we know the total charges. So we don't have the detail of the total amount. Iberdrola has a lot of different subsidiaries, and so we know what our portion is, and we know the breakout by function of what our portion is. So things like internal audit, accounting functions, the SAP services, that's broken out. But the actual salary piece within that, we do not have.
Okay, so you can't say for sure whether the charges are marked up for their profit or or associated with their salary. You just get a number.
We have the manual, so I can tell you that they are not grossed up. They're not marked up. The manual outlines the types of charges that they're allowed to charge, which does include salaries, but the bill that we receive doesn't break it out at a salary level. It breaks it out by like a function level. So if we're being billed for accounting services, for example, it doesn't say that it's, X amount of personnel time and X amount of a licensing fee. It just says accounting services.
Okay, and who audits those expenditures to ensure that they're conforming to the cost allocation manual?
They aren't, I would need to check with internal audit to see if they do audit it. I know they do an audit of the different service company charges and the charges back and forth, but I can't speak to whether or not they've actually audited those charges. Our auditors, theoretically, it's included, the expenses are included within our books, so it's subject to our external audit, but I can't speak to whether or not KPMG have actually specifically reviewed it. We would need to check with them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Kramer, back to you.
Is it, I guess, following this line on Iberdrola executive compensation, understanding that the specific amount of compensation would need to be further investigated in terms of how much is passed down. I think that would probably then also extend to how much of the corporate service charge that represents Iberdrola executive salaries is allocated through the mass formula or otherwise down to distribution rates.
So I can tell you exactly the amount of total Iberdrola charges that are allocated to UI distribution. What I can't tell you is the total executive comp that's allocated to UI distribution.
Are you able to compare and contrast what the this charge is compared to what UI was allocated under the ownership prior to Iberdrola?
So we have not done a specific study for UI, and we have not done a specific study for UI in regards to the corporate services charges. What we had done for one of a different subsidiary is to review the corporate services charges, including the Iberdrola charges, as compared to a standalone entity. And that study was done quite a few years ago. I want to say 2019, 2018, 2019. And at that time, it was found that the services being charged under this new structure with the Iberdrola Ultimate Parent Company ownership were less than what would have been incurred if we were a standalone entity.
Okay, so the counterfactual was a standalone entity. It wasn't a different parent ownership or, okay,
Correct.
okay. Thank you.
So I think where I'm going with this, right, is to make sure that we can understand the extent to which executive compensation is providing that specifically requested to be included in distribution rates is providing real value to customers, and especially that of UI's parent companies. So I guess what forms of accountability do executives of UI and its parent companies have to customers?
You know what, let's take a 5-minute recess. Attorney Riley, can you see?
Sure.
Has it been 5 minutes? Okay, we'll go back on the record. Attorney Venora, I'm gonna have to respectfully offer, a comment from the bench. At this point, we're a week and a half into the proceedings, and I think the authority's patience in terms of the constant consultations, especially with witnesses that are not on the panel, is starting to really try my patience. We're having difficulty assessing the credibility of individual witnesses when there are constant sidebars. And I think moving forward, we're just asking the witnesses, we're asking the questions to the witnesses on the panel to the best of their abilities. We're happy to take read-ins and late files where appropriate, but I gotta say that the constant sidebars are not only delaying the proceeding, but I'm having trouble assessing what is coming from the individual witness versus what is being whispered into their ear by somebody sitting behind it. And at this point, I feel the need to put that onto the record. And I'll just advise you, certainly it's your case to put on, but that's now on the record, and I just want the company to be aware of that moving forward.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gillette. We'll take that we will take that to heart going forward. I think our intent through this was to try to answer the questions contemporaneously rather than take read-ins or late filed exhibits. So we're trying to, to strike that balance. But we'll consider that and take it to heart going forward. And we recognize those comments. So we
Okay.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Kramer, I think you had a question before the bench that we were waiting, before the break, that we were waiting for a response on.
Thank you. Yeah, the question was what forms of accountability that executives at UI and its parent companies have to customers.
Yeah, so Mr. Kramer, we spoke about the balanced scorecard approach to how we develop metrics, and I read through those metrics. So there was 5 or 6 categories. So business performance, growth and regulatory, including clean energy. So the financial ones, including cost minimization or optimization. So we are directly looking after the customer through these cost measures, through clean energy, through our involvement in the community. Things like volunteering, things like some of our DE&I initiatives. So there is a broad spectrum in there of metrics that ties directly back to not only the customer, but the communities that we operate in.
Okay. And if those are the forms of accountability that the executives have to customers, I guess, where would we see the actual results or the evidence of delivery on those metrics, and therefore the end result of accountability to customers?
To use an operation, I think one of the key metrics we described was safety and safety, which is around reliability. So the customer, that is clearly embedded in those objectives at an Avangrid level and at a networks level, so that the customer will directly see that in terms of system reliability.
Okay, any other areas where the customer would see direct evidence of the role of executives?
Yeah, the clean energy programs that we're developing, the community involvement that we're developing, the voluntary programs that we're developing, and the amount of time our employees spend in the community, actually working with the community in underprivileged areas, etc.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
I would also add the customer service function to that list as well. There's no greater direct contact with our customers than our customer service department.
Thank you. Okay, my last set of questions is around the customer bill impacts of executive compensation. So this is, in here I'm referring to RRU 250, attachment 2, 251, attachment 2, and RRU 432, attachment 3. And in these attachments, the company shows the monthly bill impact for an average residential customer of the cost recovery for compensation of UI executives and parent company executives. And my question is, how does the company determine the distribution of executive compensation across two dimensions, rate classes and across rate years?
I'm gonna have to ask you to restate those citations.
Yes, of course. RRU 250, attachment 2. RRU 251, attachment 2. And RRU 432, attachment 3.
Thank you.
I'll note, Mr. Kramer, those are attachments that were prepared by the rates panel, the cost of service witnesses. So we'll do the best we can with who we have here. Go ahead, Mr. Hurwitz.
Thank you, Attorney Venora. So I can speak to sort of the flow of information in these responses, and as Attorney Venora just described, Mr. Kolka, Mr. Marini, and Mr. Therian were integral to the last part of your question. How do we determine the spread across rate classes? I can speak to what we did, which is and I apologize, I don't remember all of the attachments that you referenced, but generally for the executive compensation questions, we quantified the amount of executive compensation in total, worked its way down to UI distribution based on the schedules where that executive compensation is reflected. We then determined, what factually happened in the test year and then what's reflected in each rate year based on the escalators that's in those schedules. And generally it's schedule 3.27, which is our corporate service charges work paper. And as we discussed, I think it was on Monday, generally that schedule simply reflects the application of the general inflation escalator. So we took the test year, inflated it, and then handed that off to Mr. Kolka, Mr. Marini, and Mr. Therian to run through their cost of service model. So I can't speak to all of the nuances of how they translate dollar amounts to by rate class amounts, but hopefully that gives you some insight into how this was developed.
Some. Okay. So this may be a question for the rates panel, but if you can, to the best of your ability, answer. The methodology you're describing then leads to significantly higher customer bill impacts, relatively, right? But significantly higher customer bill impacts in rate year 1 versus rate years 2 and 3, as demonstrated in the attachments that I mentioned. Again, 250, attachment 2, 251, attachment 2, and 432, attachment 3. And my question is to better understand the sort of variation in where the executive compensation shows up in the customer bill across the rate years.
So I have RRU 250 attachment 2 open just as an example. Like I'm struggling to have so many different ones open, but I think this will be conceptually the same across them all. So as I just described, the analysis here began with what factually occurred in the test year and then tracing through how that flows through the revenue requirement model. And as I discussed, these costs appear in Schedule C 3.27, where we applied the general inflation factor. And as we discussed on Monday, due to the just general inflation projections from blue chip economic indicators and the company's 2% inflation moderator proposal, the inflation rate that takes you from the historical test year to rate year 1 is far greater than the inflation rate that takes you from rate year 1 to rate year 2, and similarly far greater than the inflation rate that takes you from rate year 2 to rate year 3.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, then the main driver, as you understand it, is inflation, the inflation factor applied to this and other expenses between rate years 1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Vacalina.
Okay, thank you. Jim Vacalina from Authority Staff. Good afternoon. I'm going to stay with the corporate service charge and the allocations for a little bit. I want to characterize what I thought I heard over the past hour or so, but the company has no Iberdrola amounts that track specific dollars for payroll. Is that a correct statement?
Correct. At the time of all this discovery, we have the known charge as well as the functions that come from Iberdrola, but not the breakout of within each function as to whether or not it's salaries or like external services or costs.
Okay. So within the amounts that you show in Schedule 3.27, which is the corporate service charge, there are amounts that can be broken out for the three service companies, AMC, ASC, and UIL, by labor and non-labor. But then there is just a general amount for each of these, which is the allocator from Iberdrola.
Correct.
Okay. And I also, I'm sorry. Oh, I thought
Sorry.
So it's coughing.
Oh, okay. And I thought you mentioned there's no time reconciliation to the mass formula. Was that specifically related to Iberdrola, or does that cover Iberdrola and the three service companies?
That covers the three service companies.
Okay, as well as Iberdrola.
When you say time reconciliation, can you clarify what you mean?
Sure. My understanding is that there's a mass formula approach to allocating Iberdrola costs down, and that you don't have a separate payroll amount subject to that. So I guess I'm assuming that if you don't have a separate payroll amount, you wouldn't be able to know what hours are associated with any of those charges that go in that amount.
Correct. We don't have the detail of the hours.
Okay. Okay. But then I guess with an exchange with the chair, I thought I heard that, let me know if I'm wrong here, that history over time shows that the mass formula is a close representation of what executives or others spend on these various entities.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I guess my question is, how can the company know that?
How can they? So when we when we're looking at time, we will walk through like how much percentages of time go to each entity, and then folks will say, if they don't fall into that category, or they don't service all those companies, they'll get a separate type of charging factor in which they'll charge their time to. But most if you're an ASC employee, generally you service all of the entities. And so the Massachusetts formula is a means, and it's been used across many different public utilities in order to calculate how those costs should flow down.
Specifically the Iberdrola, where you do not know the portion that's payroll, though, how would you be able to attain that any percentage that you calculate from a Massachusetts formula would be representative of the amount of time spent on any entity?
We have, sorry, can you say that again?
Yes. Okay. I thought the testimony was that you did not have costs broken out by payroll and other
Mhm.
for Iberdrola.
But I know what services they're providing,
Okay.
and that's outlined in the agreement between AMC and Iberdrola.
So this is a narrative of the services that they are providing. It doesn't necessarily show you any particular amount of time on the subset of services that they are providing to any particular company.
We have the narrative, and then they use a Massachusetts formula to allocate across their subsidiaries. And we have a copy of their Massachusetts formula, which breaks out the different functions.
Okay. So the mass formula, you have it in RRU 432, as you've mentioned, you have the calculations in there, the numbers behind that. It really is a, I've seen it used many times in utility rate making. Would you characterize that as an allocator for expenses that are otherwise not assignable?
Correct. And as in our cost allocation manual in EOE 2, attachment 1, that outlines each of the different types of corporate services charges and then how they are allocated. And so it will outline if the charge uses the Massachusetts formula or if it uses, head count or number of people in buildings.
Okay. Okay, now going back to removing Iberdrola from the equation here, going back into the 3 service companies, you can tell me the amount of payroll in each particular line item that shows up within Schedule WPC 3.27, which is the corporate service charge. We don't have that on record yet, is that correct?
Subject to check. I did not sponsor any testimony on it, but one of my colleagues may have. We can confirm.
Okay. Yeah, and that would be the amount of executive and non-executive payroll for the 3 service companies that show up in the line items, individual line items on WPC 3.27.
Okay, so let's make that leap exhibit 73, please.
Okay. You need a title for that? Or-
No,
oh,
thanks.
okay. Um, Earlier, Mr. Kramer went over a couple of exhibits, which identified executive compensation, 250, 251, and 432, I believe. The amounts represented here, these are for the 3 service companies, correct? There are no Iberdrola amounts included within either of those 3 exhibits?
You said 250.
251 and 432.
250 attachment 1. Oh, this. Yes. There's no Iberdrola employees included in there.
Where would I see the amount of Iberdrola charges that show up in WPC 3.27? In other words, if we backed out all are there 4 entities here that are providing costs that flow into this schedule? The 3 service companies and then Iberdrola?
The Iberdrola charges are included within the AMC services companies, and there's 3 services companies that are included within there.
Okay. So that would flow through the AMC.
AMC,
Okay.
correct.
And you would have that particular charge available to you that flows through to this schedule via the AMC allocation.
Correct.
Okay. Can we have what that is for the 3 rate years as proposed? The Iberdrola portion
Sure.
of the AMC.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so that would be Leaf Exhibit 74, just to provide, I do need a short title for this piece.
Yes, Iberdrola allocation within AMC. Or Iberdrola portion with AMC, within AMC allocation.
For each of the rate years
Yes,
and the test year.
yes.
I know it for the test year, the total for the test year.
Okay.
It's 3.1 million.
Iberdrola. Okay. So going back to the 3 service companies again, those, they do not include Iberdrola, so the amounts that are included within 250, 251, and 432, I believe you mentioned to Mr. Kramer, would be all of the executive compensation that would flow through WPC 3.27, correct?
Correct.
All right. And these amounts are various ending dates, I believe. For instance, 250 has an end date of 12/31/19. I'm not sure, excuse me, what 432 or 251 is. 251 is 12/31/19, and 432. All these appear to be as of 12/31/19. The amount shown here, is that correct? And I'm pulling these dates off of fiscal year ending 12/31/19 in the top left-hand corner of these pages.
You might need some help seeing what you're seeing.
Okay. Yeah, if you turn to RRU 251, the header, the top left-hand.
251, one of the attachments or the?
I'm sorry, the attachment. It's attachment 1.
Okay.
Is marked confidential. I will not get into any of the other areas.
Oh, you're reviewing the redacted PDF.
Actually, no. I don't know if you can put the looks like this.
The header, it's in the upper left-hand corner of the header.
This appears to be just a stale header. The upper right also references a docket from 2008. These represent 2021 amounts.
Okay, 2021 amounts.
This is
Okay.
intended to represent
If-
the historical test year.
Okay, if we can have the amounts here, I don't believe there's a breakout of what we've asked here for the rate years. In other words, all of the executive compensation that would have been bridged for that, I guess you call it an interim year, from the test year to the rate years. So if this represents, I guess, 2021, we would need to know how much is this accelerated for the 3 rate years for 22 and through 8 months of 23.
So we didn't provide that on a per employee basis, but attachment 2 of these responses, and I say these responses referring certainly to RRU 251, just opening RRU 250 as well to confirm. Yeah, RRU 250 as well. We provide the levelized and non-levelized revenue requirement, including and excluding all of the executive compensation denoted in these responses by rate year.
Okay, so it's simply a fact of, I would have to take this and multiply it by, well, I don't know what I would have to do here, because how do I turn this into a number? This is monthly customers that are 700 kilowatt per hour. So how would I take this number and turn it into a, I guess what I would ask for is what is the,
Yeah, we can do that for you.
okay, thank you.
I think we intended to provide the information you're requesting, but I see now how that may not jump off the page.
Okay,
Yeah, we can.
I'm
make
not
that
sure
clear
how
for
we
you.
get there from, okay.
So, Mr. Vacalina, is that a supplement to an existing response, or are you looking for a late file?
I think that would be a late file, and that would be amounts of incentive compensation, executive incentive compensation included for the 3 rate years for WPC 3.27.
Okay, it's late file exhibit 75, please.
Okay. Just to make sure I'm following this correctly here. If I look at RRU 441, we have, I'm looking at the beginning of the second paragraph there, $25.2 million in payroll costs, both executive and non-executive, in the historical test year from the 3 service companies. And you have it broken down here by the service companies. That does compose, that leaves essentially about $12 million for costs that are non-payroll. Is that correct?
One second while we just read. You're looking at the second paragraph?
Yes, where it mentions the 25.2 million in payroll costs relative to the corporate service charge for test year 2021.
And you referenced the 25.2 million total payroll costs that were allocated to UI
Correct.
from 8.1 from UIL, 9.3 from ASC, and 7.7 from AMC?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, the only other question is, so outside of that, we would have that's the payroll costs. We would have the portion that we'll find out that is Iberdrola that flows through this. And then that would leave other non-payroll related items.
What are you comparing it to?
Well, I see, I'm looking at WPC 3.27,
Okay,
and it shows 37.192 of total corporate charge, right?
Yep, 37.192.
I see 25.2 million of that are allocations from the 3 service companies for payroll.
Yep, I'm following you now.
Okay.
The WPC 3.27 also includes like external services charges. So like items that we've actually purchased versus just payroll. So like licensing fees or cost to like.
Would you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Would you have also that level of detail, and we can include that in the payroll? What I would like, and that would give me 100% of an idea of what is flowing through each of these, the payroll versus the non-payroll, with maybe some description of what non-payroll costs are that are flowing through here.
Sure. Yep,
Okay.
absolutely.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vacalina, you need that as a late file exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, and that's to provide,
Sorry. Non-payroll costs reflective in the line items of 3.27 with description. And so the combination of, I guess we've asked for 3 late file exhibits here. That one, non-payroll, we have the Iberdrola, and we have the payroll by line item for the service companies will give us 100% of what we're looking for here. Okay. Okay.
Is that late file 75?
It was 76, Mr. Secretary.
One final area on this, and then I'll move on from it. 440 RRU, yes, 440. I'm just trying to follow these various amounts that we have here, and that mentions a $1.31 million figure for executives that are embedded in the corporate service charge. RRU 432 has another amount, and my question is the amount shown in RRU 432 included within the 1.31 that's shown on
I think
440?
I think the key word in RRU 440 is named executives. So it's those 5 named executive officers.
Okay. It is within that. Thank you. And this $1.31 million is embedded within the $25.2 million that we discussed go through the corporate service charge for the 3 service companies.
It would be. And if you open RRU 251, attachment 1, it's the sum of the amount of compensation allocated to utility for the first 5 individuals who are the named executive officers.
Thank you. Okay. Turning to OCC 60, please. This appeared to ask for 2017, however, employee numbers per month. However, I don't see 2017 on there. It appears to start at 2018. Can we have a late file exhibit that provides the 2017?
Can you just clarify which attachment you're looking? Oh, attachment.
Attachment 1.
Attachment 1, okay.
One second while we find that data.
I'm sorry.
We just need a moment to find the
Yeah,
actual
just 1
attachment.
second.
Apologize.
Yes.
Probably just to clarify, is the question around the 2017 number? Because in the response, we were only able to provide the data from 2018 through 2021 test year.
Okay, you did not, you don't have that data available to you.
I think it's broken down by corporate function.
Yep.
I think the total sum data is available
Yeah,
there.
Attachment 2
Okay.
is 17.
Oh, attachment 2.
Yep,
Attachment 2.
in our response.
Which? Okay, that would be, I see.
Mm.
I see January 22 through 27.
January of 2018.
Attachment 2. Okay.
Data I provided was for 2018 through 2021 in the test year.
Okay, so the company could not provide the data for 2017? Is that the,
I'm happy to take that back as an elite file or read in on what we could provide.
okay, and I think that might be where Mr. Bacalino is going, but if I'm reading the text of the interrogatory, it was asked for 2017, so I guess I was not quite sure from that exchange why 2017 was not provided. Are we just not assume that that's because you couldn't provide it? I don't know.
My understanding was that it was that we were not able to provide it, but I'm going to validate that.
Okay.
Would you like that as a late file? If we can provide that?
I think that's where you're going, Mr. Bacalino. We
Yeah.
wanted calendar year 2017 data as requested in OCC 60. And if it is available, it would be helpful to understand why it wasn't provided the first time. If it's not available, I'd be happy to understand. It'd be helpful to understand why it's not available, please. So that would be late file exhibit 77.
Okay. Does the company agree with the 738.2 FTEs allowed in 160604? Is that the number that the decision references? And I find it on page 41, but do you agree with that?
One moment.
Page 41 in the testimony. Like to clarify.
It's in OCC 64 also. Oh, I'm sorry. That is 64. I'm sorry. That would be this. I'm sorry. That shows the payroll dollars, the positions associated with it. Would be included in the OCC direct testimony on page 30.
Apologize, just one second while we find.
Sure. The most relevant may be the decision 160604, which states the number I-41.
I apologize again, but can you please repeat the question as well, so I can be sure that I respond to it accurately after reading?
Sure. Do you agree that the company was allowed 738.2 FTE positions as a result of the 160604 rate case?
Yes, I would.
And within the composition of those numbers, 692.6 current employees plus 45.6 new hires, which adds to the 738.2, subject to check. Or in that case, the company applied a 4.6% vacancy factor that was accepted by the department. Is that true? That's within the same
Yes.
write-up. Okay. So taking those, doing that math, would have accounted for 704.2 net distribution employees. Would you agree with that?
You're just asking for the FTE positions minus the vacancy factor?
Yeah.
I think that math sounds
about
directionally right. Yep.
Okay. And OCC 60, does include transmission employees with it. OCC 60 is a monthly accounting of the FTEs for UI from January 18th through September of 22. Within these numbers, there is a certain portion that are transmission employees that show up within electric T&D operations. Is that correct?
An OCC 60, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, attachment 2. It's attachment 1.
Sorry, attachment 1. Any particular month here would have included transmission employees in the UI total.
I think that's right. I think that's
yes.
correct.
Okay. So I know there's been talk about the company's FTE level compared to what it actually achieved. If I do the math here, and I'll take 2020 for an example, I come up with an average of 622 employees, taking all of the various months here. The company is now looking at applying a transmission factor of 82.28%. Is that correct? I'm sorry, a distribution factor.
Yeah, so distribution
Yes,
factor, yes,
okay.
transmission factor, no.
So I need to take the 622 and multiply it by the 82.28, and I arrive at 512 employees for 2020. Now, I compare that to the 704 employees. Is my math correct in that the company appears to be short by 192 employees for 2020 compared to what was authorized in rates?
If I followed that math correctly, Mr. Buckley, you reduced the 2020 numbers by the transmission allocation, but you didn't from the 2016 rate case numbers. So the math might be a little off.
I'm sorry though.
I thought you reduced the 2020 numbers, the FT numbers by the transmission allocation, but you did not reduce the 2016 approved rate case numbers by the same distribution.
2016 approved by the same.
I've not done the math, but it sounds like perhaps that's an apples and oranges comparison.
Yeah, I thought we had determined that the 704 employees were distribution. That
I may stand corrected.
Okay. So if that was in fact the case, that you had 704 employees, and I would take to determine what these numbers show in OCC 60, I would need to multiply it by 82%, 82.28, to come up with a net transmission distribution FTEs, which I come up with 512 compared to 704 in rates. I believe I have this.
You're looking at 2020, correct?
Yeah, I picked
2020
that year out, and Attorney Riley may
2020 was a difficult year.
pull up
and-
my crude spreadsheet that I put together here.
Yep. So just to clarify, your question was why our headcount was down from that perspective?
Yes, and I did the same exercise over 2018 through 2022 to date.
Mhm.
So, no, no cooperative. Okay, doesn't look like we do have that available to us, sorry. So yes, the question is compared to the allowance that of 704 employees versus what the company actually had for full-time equivalents, and I can just run through the numbers since we don't have that available to us. I calculate 556 in 2018, 545 in 2019. We talked about 2020, 512, 520 in 2021, and to September 2022, 502 employees, full-time equivalent distribution employees. So does the company agree that it did not meet its full-time equivalent as proposed and accepted in the company's 160604 rate case?
We agree that we did not meet our equivalent. I think there are extenuating circumstances as to why we haven't met our equivalent, but yes.
Okay, you could expand on that.
Okay, expanding on why we haven't met our equivalent from a head count perspective, is that the question? Okay. Majority of the rationale as to why we haven't met our head count or recently has been unfortunately, the pandemic played a large part into that in terms of the amount that we were hiring at that point or being able to hire. We also had a large aging workforce that through the pandemic made decisions to leave the organization as well from a headcount perspective. and has been a very tough market to recruit in a trade skilled labor market at this point.
What about in 2018 and 2019 and before the pandemic? It's because following those numbers, it sounds like they were significantly below what was authorized in 2019 and 2018 as well.
Just validate those real fast.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just question, and Mr. Buckley, I mean, to be fair, we haven't done that math the way you have, so I'm not sure that we agree that the numbers are that far off. And I'm looking at OCC 60 actuals, which have a first column list of 694 for January 18, which, is lower than 704, but is not 100 plus FTEs.
Yeah, let me just, sorry, pointed to, which number were you?
Yeah, just looking at the first column on OCC 60 tab actuals, January 18 has a total UI total of 694, which seems a little different than the 512 number.
Yeah.
I know there's some math involved there, Mr. Buckley.
Yeah.
I appreciate that we're talking through a math problem, which is not always the best idea, but it just doesn't seem like we're UI's employee FTE count during those years was in the low 500s.
Okay. Yeah, if you could maybe, since we're not able to do that here, provide that calculation yourself, a late file exhibit. So they'll essentially be taking OCC 60, the average employees for the 12 months, and taking into consideration the 82.28% allocation and distribution, and what that equates to in full-time equivalents compared to the 704.2 allowed in the rate case. Fortunately, that's what my spreadsheet shows, but I can't bring it up.
Fair enough.
Technology.
So did that sound like a late file?
It is. Late file 78, please. So reference OCC 60, and we'll ask to provide an unlocked workable Excel spreadsheet showing the difference between the authorized number of 704.2 versus actuals, having applied the 82.28% transmission allocation factor.
Page, turn into the rebuttal testimony of the revenue requirements panel, page 22. So I'm looking at the second sentence, the second sentence in the first questionnaire. What is the company's response to OCC payroll adjustments? And as discussed in our, I'll read it, as discussed in our direct testimony, the company's requested payroll expense and FTEs are based on the FTE level as at the end of the test year, as adjusted for promotions and new hires expected during the rate years, less the 4-year average vacancy rate and capitalized payroll. So my question would be, what process did the company go through? This is the process the company currently is employing for this rate case. What process did the company go through to determine FTEs in its 160604 rate case?
So I was not a part of the 2016 rate case, but I imagine conceptually, at least, it was similar to the process undertaken here. If you review the standard filing requirements from the 2016 rate case, you'll see that, much like we've presented in this case, there is a presentation of the headcount in the historical test year, which in that case was 2015. If you review the testimony that was submitted in that docket, you'll see they described the needs of the business at that time and why they anticipated headcount to fluctuate in the rate years and made similar types of adjustments for revenue requirement purposes as those that are described here. Of course, the vacancy rate now is different, and you know, there are differences as time has passed, but conceptually there are similarities.
Okay. On page 13, 12 of the revenue requirement rebuttal testimony, it talks about costs being for a myriad of reasons, both within and outside of the company's control. Do you see that? Okay, it's line 16.
I do see that.
And the company may incur actual revenues or expenses that are lesser or greater than the authorized amounts. Now, Ms. Solomon talked about some of the reasons recently about the FTEs. Company may have not met the FTE target. Generally, would you say the FTE expenses associated with FTEs is an item that would be considered significantly within the company's control?
We do exercise some control, obviously, but I think Ms. Ullman testified that there are also factors outside of the company's control that will affect this expense.
Okay. In relation to the statement that excess funds for payroll were offset by other elements of a revenue requirement, is that a justification to not look at a particular FTE level as the company comes in?
Just point me to your reference. I'll
Sure.
answer your question. I just want to review that sentence first.
Going back to the, sorry, it's page 13, starting on review rebuttal, line 2. Line 3, those excess funds were offset by other elements of the revenue requirement. Okay.
I see. So I might say, generally, we understand the comparison of, you know, what we're asking for now relative to what we asked for last time, and we understand the importance of that. I think I would just want to highlight, if you study the company's overall level of over earnings, not focusing on a particular line item like labor expense or corporate service charges or rate base or any other specific element, but rather if you study the company's overall level of over earnings in 2017, 2018, and 2019, I mean, certainly this is our rebuttal testimony, so it's our response to the OCC, and certainly that over earnings is much less than what the OCC indicated. I know we heard earlier today about how we over collected $50 million for corporate service charges and $89 million for labor, and the level of over earnings the company actually experienced in 2017, 2018, and 2019 is a heck of a lot less than that. And so what we're trying to communicate here is not that it's unimportant to do the types of comparisons you're getting at, but rather that if you're going to go down that road, we think it's appropriate to evaluate the entirety of what happened, not just particular line items.
Okay. Considering the earnings of the company, you file annual earnings and ROE reports, are there adjustments made for items that are excluded by the authority? And for an example, incentive compensation, what would be included in the company's earning calculation? Would that be what the company actually paid, or would that be what was allowed in a rate case?
There are things that we exclude. That's a UI distribution, earned return, and to be candid, since I've started at Avangrid, I've been a little bit confused about how distribution is defined for purposes of that filing, because it appeared it for many, many years has included a little bit more than just distribution, but there are significant chunks of UI's business that are excluded. But to my recollection, we do not make an incentive compensation adjustment.
One more area on the rebuttal testimony. It's let's see here, page 22. Page 22, it's figure 6. Where, okay, the company within this text here claims that the payroll request is now less than the 2016 rate case. And that really is a factor of what we just talked about. And you'll have the late file exhibit, but the amount of allowed employees, FTEs in the 160604 rate case compared to what ultimately the company had as full-time equivalents. Is that the major driving reason for that?
There will be many things that affect this, but certainly that would be one of them.
Okay. Would it be more of a comparison time-wise to compare rate year 3 in this chart, the 47,868,000 to the current request in rate year 1 as a closer in time comparison, rather than here we have rate year 1, which was several years ago, compared to the current request. If we tie closer, we want to tie closer periods, I guess we would take the subsequent years of the rate year plan, the last year being rate year 3 of $47.8 million compared to the current request of $36.9 million. So if I take that, that's about, rather than 16% we show here, it appears to be about a 29% difference compared to the last rate case.
One moment. Said approximately 29. I found that 47.86 million divided by 36.985 million minus 1 is approximately 29%.
Okay. Okay, moving on to the incremental employees. Back to the rebuttal testimony, page 23. Okay, and this references Mr. Eves, but I'll let you answer if you can. As Mr. Eves explained in his testimony, UI conducted a comprehensive review of its internal resources and staffing needs and concluded that the additions were necessary to maintain safe and reliable service, meet customer needs, and comply with regulatory mandates. Now, That's with respect to, this is under the header of the need for 89 incremental employees.
I see that.
Okay. Now, similar to previous question I asked, in the company's last rate case, what process would they have gone through in evaluating the need for additional FTEs?
I think it would be the same answer as I gave earlier.
Okay, thank you. Concerning the 89 incremental employees, I think these can be divided into 3 different areas. 25 are related to pole attachment activities, 17 customer service, and there's a 47 for electric operations FTEs. Do we have the specific functions of those 47 FTEs?
As you started that question, I started recalling a section of our direct testimony that provides a table listing the panels discussing these, and then I missed the rest of your question.
We also have Mr. Eves available, who can probably provide greater detail
Okay,
on
yeah.
those FTE descriptions.
Sure.
Afternoon, Mr. Buckland.
Good afternoon. So the question was, we divided the 89 into 3 different categories. Pole attachment 25, 17 for customer service. I believe that leaves 47 for operations FTEs, and those specific functions for those FTEs are, I believe, Mr. Hurwitz stated they may have been in your.
Do you mind if I interject for one moment?
Sure.
Conceptually, I understand where you're going. I'm just worried there's a little bit of apples and oranges. And I just want to make sure that the record is clear. If you refer to the direct testimony of the revenue requirements panel, table 8, we list by panel how we arrived at the UI total number of incremental FTEs, which was 108. And then 89 is that 108 multiplied by the wage allocator. And so I think Mr. 70 of the 108 were supported by the electric operations and capital panel. Conceptually, I think you're on the right track. I just want to make sure we're clear about what's what.
That's in the your pre-file testimony, not the rebuttal.
Correct. It's table 8 on page 18.
Okay. So I believe that answers my question. Do you have any? I understand that it's a general allocator for distribution, applying the distribution factor, but do you have a breakout of those 47? And if you filed it, you can provide the reference where it is previously.
It is enumerated in my direct testimony. 21 of them are to replace the craft workforce in the face of retirement. So to have line school, substation school, there's a workforce training element. And my testimony goes on to describe the use of each of the positions.
Okay. Thank you. The company noted that 50% of the field personnel are eligible for retirement in the next 5 years, and that's on page 23, I believe, of the revenue requirement panel testimony. How has that impacted what the company assumes about turnover or vacancy rates in this proceeding? Has that had any bearing on the, I think it's 6.2% vacancy rate that you're proposing?
That's what we're proposing for a
Okay.
6.2% vacancy rate. Part of what we're trying to do with this is get ahead of it based upon what Mr. Eves has identified as well in terms of apprenticeship classes and being able to have the proper training delivered to our line apprentice and substation apprentice teams in order to hire for those that may be pending in our aging workforce.
Okay. No. RRU 443. Turn to that, please. These were the status of open positions. This list is 62 positions here. If I were to go about trying to reconcile what positions have been filled and what have not been out of the 89, how would one go about doing that? And okay.
Can you clarify exactly what you're?
Sure. There's 62 positions that are shown here as being open. The company is requesting 89. If I look at a couple of late file, other interrogatories, OCC 300 and 301, these seem to point to the fact that certain positions will not be filled, will be filled subject to the outcome of the rate case, which, in my mind, if the positions aren't allowed, they're not filled.
In terms of the previous rate case, our goal is to fill all the positions that were requested from the previous rate case. We currently have 45 open requisitions. We have 30 that we filled just since January of this year. And we have a few classes, starting for apprenticeship line within our electric operations this spring to help support the backfill and bring in talent to be able to learn from those that may be exiting within the next 5 years.
Okay. So I think you've answered a part of my question here, but I would like going back to this reconciliation of where we are compared to what the company is asking for. A late file exhibit that mentions the current employee count, the amount that's over the test year balance of 519, and the positions over the 519 that are, are counted towards the 89 positions that you're looking to increase employee count for, or were replacements of positions that were not included in the 89 count. Does that make sense?
I apologize, Mr. Beckley, but I do need a little bit more clarity
Sure.
on what I'm trying to keep up with the math that you're.
So trying to reconcile where the company is for current employee count.
Yep.
You're at 519 was the starting point. You want to add 89. Where are you currently? And of the difference between where you're currently and 519, how many of those count towards the 89? And how many don't? In other words, how many are just refills of other positions that were not included in your request for 89?
So in terms of where we are currently, we're at 592 from a UI perspective as of February of 2023.
I'm sorry, is that with or is that before or after the transmission allocator?
That's sorry, I need to understand what you mean.
Sure, the 592, earlier we were talking about the 82.28%. Is that number before or after that's been applied?
That's our total FTE count currently in the distribution line within within UI.
Okay, so I need to apply the 82.28% to 592 to get the distribution employees.
I'm gonna turn to Jacob for that response.
I think that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So if we could have that information in late file form, that would probably be the best way, that the reconciliation from where the company has started and the rate case at 519, where you are now, again, distribution wise, and what the breakout is of the new positions that count towards the 89 and those that do not count towards the 89. While we're speaking on transmission employees, would, I believe earlier was mentioned that, well, if I have this correctly, that there are employees are allocate their time to transmission activities, or are no particular transmission employees? Right.
That's correct.
Okay. So could I please have the number of transmission employees? And this would go back to the company's test year, back to its last rate case of 2015. If I can have the annual transmission employees from them up until the allocation of transmission employees from 2015 through the rate years.
So from an FTE equivalent, we don't have transmission employees. We allocate time. Are you looking for the time allocated? I don't understand the question.
Sure. If I go back to, I'm looking at schedule WPC 3.23 A through C from the company's last rate case. It has a breakout of transmission employees within it. And back then, for instance, in test year 2015, it was 46.1 transmission employees. I would like to know what the equivalent number is through the rate years. And I can give you that reference again back to the last rate case. It's WPC 3.23 A through C. This is page 1 through 5.
Mr. Buckalina?
Yep.
If I may. So I can say what I'm pretty confident we can do, and then we'll see if this is what you were seeking or not, because as Ms. Solomon explained, and as I think we said in at least a couple of data request responses and earlier today, that employees are generally employees of UI as a whole, and then there's I'll call it financial calculation that determines, this is distribution. So for the revenue requirement purposes, we've applied the wage allocator to assign what portion of total UI employees, the test year number being 631, are attributable to distribution. And as we've discussed, that's based on how employees charge their time. So I'll describe what we can do, and I think this is what you're looking for, but please let me know if I'm going wrong. We can provide the total UI headcount over this period for 2015 through, did you say you want the test year?
3 years.
3 years. We couldn't provide actuals.
No, I guess that's forecast throughout the revenue requirement. So.
Oh, it is. Yeah. So we could provide that. And then we could do that same style financial allocation to make it as apples to apples as possible with the last case and what we've proposed here.
Okay.
I think we're just getting tripped up because there's not generally a UI transmission employee. There are employees who charge their time to transmission. And if we're talking about, for example, the GSC, I understand that we have a procurement group who probably charges nearly 100% of their time to that function, but they're still an employee of UI.
Yes.
So I think that's just what's tripping us up.
Okay. Yeah, it would really go back to, I understand the number of employees versus what the transmission wage allocator was back in 2015 compared to what the employees are now. It forecasts through the rate years times the transmission allocator.
So seeking to understand, and we will do our best to do that, seeking to understand not just how UI's total headcount has changed, but also how that allocation between D and T has changed.
Yes.
That should be doable.
Okay, thank you.
So just for clarity, that was late bugs about 80.
Okay. Still on 443. Appears there's a 45% adder for benefits between the midpoint and fully loaded. Does that sound right?
My apologies. Are you
Sure.
looking at an attachment to RU 43?
No, I'm actually just taking the difference between the fully loaded and the midpoint. I'm sorry, the attachment, that's right. Yes. This would be attachment 1. And this is the furthest column over to the 2 columns over to the right.
I divided the fully loaded column by the midpoint column and I see 1.45.
Okay. Is that build up anywhere in the record of the 45% that you know of?
One moment. Apologies. Not to my recollection.
Okay.
This would include, as I was just discussing with my colleague, the benefits that would follow an employee's
Yes.
cost, but I don't recall a breakdown supporting.
Okay. Yeah, if we could just have what the components of that 45% include and the calculation of that. Do you want to do late file exhibit or? Okay.
Yeah, let's do that as late file exhibit 81. And Mr. Vacalina, can you provide me the reference again, please?
Composition of 45% benefit adder. Okay. Looking at RRU 443 and 442. Just wanted to compare the two responses here. And 440, I'll start with 443, which talks about the, I believe we're going back to the 89 full-time equivalents. And prior to filling, I'm looking at the last sentence of the response, prior to filling these roles, the workload of these positions has been absorbed through increased overtime and contractor support to ensure UI maintains the appropriate levels of business support to meet customers' needs. If I take a look at RRU 442, it asked about cost reductions due to the filling of these increased employees. And it states that the incremental FTEs proposed by the company will perform work that is incremental to the work performed by the company on a historical test year, but therefore the company has not made cost reductions. Okay, in its filing due to its increased eligible count request. And maybe I'm reading, maybe I've answered my own question here, but in 443, it appears that there were workload issues that required overtime and contractor support for 89 positions due to not having these 89 positions. And when you look at RRU 442, it appears that the company stating the work is incremental and therefore no cost reductions would be made due to the increased employee count. Do I have that correct?
I think the piece that you added in your question was you characterized RRU 443 as saying, you know, we need new overtime and contractors because we don't have the 89, and I'm not sure that's what this response was intended to indicate. I think RRU 442 describes that As of the end of the historical test year, we had 631 employees at UI, and I know that gets ratcheted down for UI distribution. And at that time, there were just 13 vacancies. And of course, we apply a vacancy factor of 6.2% because that's an unusually low level of vacancies, and we felt it appropriate to reflect a more representative level for the rate years. I think what RRU 443 is describing is the, as you noted, larger list of open positions.
Okay. Ms. Ruckelina, in the case of the electric operations resources, we would bring in apprentice classes that they would begin their training over a period of time. Attrition would draw down the workers in each one of those disciplines. So that was embedded in the ask. The 25 FTEs that we requested for the telecom work, they would also potentially displace contractors once they came up to speed. So we have 25 internal resources and we have X amount of work. We will leverage those 25 internal resources to do the work and then scale incrementally with contractors if we need to go above that. So there are elements where it is displacing things or resources that we currently have over time.
I just have one final area. Sorry, two more areas. 441, RRU 441. This response talks about the use of a standard hourly rate for the 3 service companies. Okay. And we have attachments here. And how does the company calculate any particular standard hourly rate from what we're looking at here in the attachments from these numbers that I'm seeing here in attachment 1?
One moment.
So in RRU 0441 attachment 1, the standard hourly rate includes all of the various different components that make up the cost of an employee. So as it outlines like basic salary, the LTIP program, the cost of their pensions, life insurance, et cetera, that are all outlined here. And so the standard hourly rate is intended to pick up the total costs, including all of the benefits of any employee.
Okay. And they vary, since we have different numbers here, they vary for the 3 service companies?
Yes.
Okay. Could I please have the calculation of the hourly rate that you just
Sure,
went
yeah,
through
we
for
can
the
provide it.
for the 3 service companies and how that's calculated?
Sure,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you. So
Okay. We need that as a late file, I guess. Okay. So it'll be a late file exhibit 2, and it's to provide the calculation of the hourly rate for each of the service companies.
Correct. Okay. No.
Mr. Vacalina, do you mind if we take just 1 second to see if we've provided that already?
Okay. Area.
Thank you for your patience.
Bless you.
Take that as a late file.
Okay. Okay, last area. The 3 rate years on WPC 3.23, the company has assumed a 3% annual COLA. Can you just describe what that was based on? And this would be for non-union employees.
Yeah, these are typically based on external studies like World at Work, that they would be external benchmarks to look at that type of item.
Okay. Similar to the request about the company's previous rate case, I'd like to know the COLA that the company proposed and ultimately paid non-management employees, and that could be from the 2016 through the 2020 time period.
Yeah, that's already been filed. I just need to get the number.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely been filed.
So would that be lead file exhibit or read in?
See, I think it sounds like Mr. O'Neill thinks that they've already responded.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In a data request.
I'm sorry. Could you?
Sorry, there is a data request with that date on it. I could try and find it here, and we could
So
confirm it for you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Hey, I have ROU 266, which lists COLAs for non-union employees and what they actually were from 2017 through 2019. So my question was what the company was allowed during the relevant rate period.
Understood. Yeah.
In the rate case compared to what they'd actually.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood your
Okay.
question. Apologies.
I can get that for you if you give me just a few seconds, I think.
Okay.
Earlier, you pointed us to schedule C3.23 WP from the 2016 rate case.
Mm-hmm.
Page 4 of that schedule presents escalation, excuse me, I'm the wrong Excel file open, apologies. Page 4 of that schedule presents escalation rates for management employees of 3%. And similar for executive. The rate year 1 number is a little bit larger than 3%. My understanding is that's due to timing differences of when in the year that's in effect.
Okay. When I take a look at that schedule, 2017, I'm looking at page 5 of 5.
The Excel file I have actually only goes to page 4.
Okay, so this may be the same thing. The last column is combined, right? Combined non-union. I'm looking at 3.18% under the non-union employee sections. It's in a shaded area.
I don't see that, but what I do see has a line for weekly and hourly employees. That's 3.22%.
Okay.
So it's possible that the 3.18 you're noting is a combination.
So if I go back and I take a look at response to 266, in 2017, there was a 2.5% increase compared to what the company filed as a 3%. It was 2.4% in 2018 compared to 3%, and 2.8 compared to 3% or 3.18%, depending on what number we're measuring it against in 2019. Did the company, am I missing something, or is there something else to add there? Did the company's COLA not equal what they filed in the rate case for non-union employees?
One moment. we see that that's what this document indicates.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Very good. We are going to stop there for this evening. We will come back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We'll resume cross for this panel with the Office of Consumer Counsel crossing. We do have a number of read-ins at this point, in through T, I think. So I'll look to start there if possible.
We have two we could provide now, or we could provide, want us to knock those two off now?
Sure, that'd be
Okay.
great.
So first one would be read in N. And Mr. Visconti, I understand you got the information for that relating to employee numbers.
I do. The question had to do with how many people transferred from UI to the service company on December 22nd, 19, and the answer was 110.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hurwitz, I understand you have the response to read in P, which is relating to the note references on RRU 269 attachment 2.
Thank you for the reminder. We confirmed that what I had said in my testimony was correct. It referenced attachment 2, but should have instead just referenced attachment 1.
Okay. And Ms. Van Luling, I understand you may have an additional read-in.
Yep,
two to provide. Do you recall the read-in numbers too?
The second one was T.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
do that one.
So in RRU 057, we did provide the cost allocation manual, and that provides how costs are allocated, starting with Iberdrola, and shows the pooling, or what's termed in that manual as cascading, as we discussed. EOE 0002, attachment 1, shows the cost causation of all charges and types of charges. We did not provide the framework agreement between Iberdrola and AMC, and that's the catalog of services which outline the services provided and the cost causation factors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And the other one I had was a Q. I can't read my handwriting.
I had Q as relating to that was the 4% workers'
Nope.
comp escalator.
I have the ASU 2017 accounting.
I think that's our read-in O.
Read in O, okay. We did adopt ASU 2017-07 in 2018, and we did apply it retrospectively to 2017, as shown in our 2018 comparative financial statements.
Okay.
Thank you. So I have left Q, QR, and S, I believe.
Yes, that matches my notes too.
Okay. I've already closed my computer to ask for that late file, but I think based on that read-in the response from Ms. Van Luling, I think we do want that framework agreement. If the confirmation is that the framework agreement has not been provided, I think we do want that framework agreement.
Correct, it has not been provided.
Okay, then if we could have that as late file exhibit 83, please. Provide the framework agreement. Is that enough of a reference? Okay, thank you very much. All right, then we will come back tomorrow at 10 and we have 3 read-ins. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was like, I didn't realize what I was talking about. Listen.